这个世界上美好的一切，曾经都是我绘画的灵感。可是，它们都慢慢变得不可爱了。
哼，平凡人呢，他们才不敬畏艺术呢，因为他们永远得不到它，表里不一，贪婪无厌，聒噪无用，根本没有人能与我讨论艺术的真谛。当这里已经无法给我带来新的乐趣时，我只希望那个乐园能带给我前所未有的灵感。
Stuck here under this crust forever, searching the mystery when I was
这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。他们都曾经成名在望，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。如若没有当初的遗憾，今后的景象又将会如何？从这里开始，便不复存在退路。决战的帷幕已经拉开，你准备好了吗？
愤怒让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间可以体面的忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白，绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。可笑的是，他们根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家。或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。
エルという私は実在する。さあ、私を殺してみろ。
Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. When the room goes silent, the will of God manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through their dissension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens, like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
Come on, first for me, break out from to me.
undeniable that I'm a hero. Emily, get the limo. Leo Becky's back and we zero. Shoot it up, Kevin, you so. This year I fear no fear, bro. That's the deal though. There's no clues to being a survivor. Die hard, trying eye of the tiger. Run away from hunters. That's our job for now. Don't be scared, my dear. Together we are runners in the darkest town. But I got you and you got me. Teamwork is the key. Identity V.
We're survivors. Unless someone to bring me down. Yes, we're gonna rock this town. Look to the players. Come on first for me. We're coming for victory. I love the sailing now. Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Don't you realize you own the crown? Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. I love the sailing now. Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Don't you realize you own the crown? Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. I love the sailing now. Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Don't you realize you own the crown? Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. I love the sailing now. Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Don't you realize you own the crown? Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. This is me, Nana, and Kabindi. With IDTV. Come on. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Flying so high in fantasy, healing all the pain, dancing on the ring. Enough of the dark hunting me down. I am gonna chase that all in this game. Richard stormy night, been searching for light. Now I can see the glory in my sight now. I'm flying so high in fantasy. What you waiting for? We can beat it all, yeah. No more survivors. Unless someone to bring me down. Yes, we're gonna rock this town. Look to the players. Come on first for me. We're coming for victory. I love the sailing now. Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Don't you realize you own the crown? Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. I love the sailing now.
Ladies and gentlemen, to the Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia. We are at the group stage, day number 5. Pochspice and Grizzly giving you the Identity 5 action. Grizzly, you got a big smile on your face. How you feeling tonight, man?
I'm feeling absolutely fantastic being on your side, the notorious, well-known, almost famous Pochspice right here. I'm very, very excited for this day 5 because we're gonna see top teams compete against each other. We're gonna see MadPenguins going against Noir in our first match that we are spectating today, as well as IVS going against CK in our second match that we are spectating today. And all of these players have already proven that they deserve to be here. They have shown us what amazing gameplay, phenomenal strategies they can bring to the table, and I'm very curious to see who will win today's matches.
And what's at stake is actually the seedings for the playoffs, because playoffs is right around the corner, ladies and gentlemen. So mark your calendars, because we are so close to marking the IVC champion for Southeast Asia. You know what? I know we're about to play a video very soon, but you know what? Aside from the prize pool, it's Koa glory that awaits the team. And you know what, Grizzly? Speaking of the teams that you mentioned, we've been watching them each and every week. I mean, we've spent the whole weekend getting to know these teams, seeing the top tier gameplays, and right now they're going to leave it all on the line because seeding is at place for the playoffs. And you know what? Both of them, actually all of them, have tasted victory, but you know, one is going to actually remain undefeated in both Group A and Group B. And I'm excited to break down the action with you, and I'm excited to actually talk about these matches. Is there any match in particular that you're looking forward to see? Is it the first or second match?
Ooh, that is a very, very good question. Is there any match that I am looking forward to see in particular? Actually, all of them. I mean, all of them are bringing the heat to the table. All of them are really giving their best right here. But in general, I mean, we have seen, for example, Noir coming out with a variety of hunters. We have seen Noir not only using the breaking wheel, the sculptor, as well as the Gamekeeper. We saw the Gamekeeper. We saw the X-Boy from Noir. So that's something I'm definitely looking forward to, because they kind of have their tricks up their sleeve, and they're bringing out these hunters that we want to see, because they are kind of, you know, not really often utilized, and therefore it's always interesting to see these hunters. We saw yesterday ECT utilizing the photographer for the first time in this tournament, so there's definitely room for more. There's definitely room for other hunters, and therefore I'm always looking forward for these to see these teams, because we also saw
actually, before anything else, we will see a quick video just to show everyone the rules. So let's check that out now, and hold your thought there, Grizzly. Let's swipe to it and talk and listen to Rin.
Welcome to the Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2021, the professional tournament for Southeast Asian detectives. This year, IVC Southeast Asia 2021 has been upgraded to a new level with esports integrity. More games to watch, more teams to cheer, and more rounds for detectives. The IVC 2021 has been divided into 4 stages. The preliminary stage from August 2nd to August 8th. The wildcard stage from August 14th to August 15th. The group stage from August 20th to August 29th. And the playoff stage from September 3rd to September 12th. The registration will be open in-game from July 22nd to July 25th. The 128 teams will be selected to participate in the preliminary stage based on ranking tiers. In the preliminary stage, 128 teams will be divided into 8 groups and will compete against each other within the group in a single elimination best-of-3 format. The winner of the 8 groups will advance to the group stage, and the runner-up of each group will advance to the wildcard stage. In the wildcard stage, 8 teams runner-up from the preliminary stage will merge into one group and will be competing against each other to find the top 3 teams to advance to the group stage. There will be 12 teams in the group stage. First, let's break down where the 12 teams came from. 8 teams from the preliminary stage, 3 teams from the wildcard stage, and 1 invited team from the Call of the Abyss 4. These 12 teams will be divided into 4 groups. Each group will compete in a round-robin best-of-3 format with the top 2 teams from each group to the playoff stage. In the playoffs, each team will be placed against each other by seeding and will be competing in the best-of-3 double elimination format, and the grand final will be played in the best-of-5 format. The IVC 2021 will be using the same map selection and point calculation method as the IVC 2020, except for the ban pick. This year, we have adjusted the ban pick rules. For the best of 3 round 1, the hunter bans 1 survivor from being selected. The survivor then selects 2 of their characters, after which the hunter bans yet another survivor. The survivor club does not need to ban any hunters. Compared with the former rules, an increment of 1 survivor bans will be added per round. That said, for the second round, there will be 3 survivors and 1 hunter ban. And the third round will have 4 survivors and 2 hunter ban. For the best of 5 format, the first 3 rounds will follow the same ban pick pattern as the best of 3. For round 4 and 5, the hunter club bans 4 survivors from being selected. The survivor club then bans 3 hunters. After the survivor club selects 2 of their character, the hunter bans yet another survivor. The tournament prize pool will be a whopping 1 million Thai baht, and the IVC Southeast Asia 2021 champion will have a direct seat on the Call of the Abyss 5. Hope you all enjoy, and don't forget to watch the Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2021. See you there!
Thank you so much, Rin, for giving us and breaking down the rules. Grizzly, I apologize for cutting you off there, but I'm so excited to talk shop here because you mentioned Noir and you mentioned those hunters, and that got me excited because potentially we could see a gamekeeper, we could see a lot of action. But yeah, let's break down that action because that's actually the first match that we're about to witness. MP versus Noir.
Exactly, you're gonna see Noir, and as you already mentioned, we might see a Gamekeeper, we might see an X-Boy, and if we're looking at MadPenguins, they were utilizing an Anne before. They were bringing the Dream Witch as well as Sculptor and Bloody Queen to the table. Bloody Queen, another hunter we haven't necessarily seen that many times in this tournament, at least not compared to the past tournaments that happened, so definitely curious to see if we will see another Dream Witch. No, Bloody Queen, I always mix these two up. And then we're also gonna see IBS versus CK, and with IBS we have seen the Geisha being utilized several times already, as well as when it comes to CK, the N. So we definitely are in for a treat when it comes to these two teams. Here we can see them again. We're gonna start with MadPenguins versus Noir, and I am extremely curious to see these two teams clash it out against each other, because both of these teams are actually already in the final, if I recall right.
Yes, so today is actually very important because it is for seeding purposes, ladies and gentlemen. So all these teams have gotten victories in the group stages, and this is their last day to perform. So it's really important for you guys to use that hashtag V for Victory and also support your favorite teams as they duke it out today. As Grizzly mentioned, MP versus Noir will start things off. Then IBS versus ZK will square off in the later on today. So do mark your alarms for that match if you want to go and support them. So MadPenguins versus Noir, I can't wait to see the matchup because you mentioned the hunter of Noir, which is Oxygen. Oxygen's breaking wheel. His breaking wheel, Grizzly. That got us like screaming at the top of our lungs. We were so it was so insane how he was able to pull off amazing gameplay. But we also have to look at She, the Dream Witch here, and also not to mention that they also have a sub hunter in the name of 72S, a legend in his own right that has been around, competing at Call of the Abyss, IVC. So I'm excited to see how MadPenguins will actually fare in terms of which hunter they're going to allow loose, because Oxygen is the sole hunter of Noir.
That is for sure, and I really like how they are just saying average normal attack hits, and they are not showing the hits that the breaking wheel could provide with the wheel form, because that would be a very, very different number right there. But in general, if we look at these stats, phenomenal stats, average normal attack hits are 7.67 for She, as well as 6.66 for Oxygen, which is extremely good, and we can see it in the win rate as well, over 74% and over 67% when it comes to the win rate. Excuse me. Extremely dangerous hunters when it comes to both sides right here, and I'm very, very curious to see how this will play out. I actually want to predict this right now. Oxygen will probably start this off with a breaking wheel.
Yeah, actually, we were talking about that, right? That was a good trend that you spotted earlier, that they always go with Breaking Wheel no matter what the map is. So the map selection is very important, but highly likely that Oxygen will be picking that. But let's move on over to the survivors, An-chan, Chocopie. An-chan giving some amazing kiting from her from Prisoner as well as Seer, but Chocopie had a highlight reel of stuns. Just a constant threat throughout when it comes to his forward. So I'm excited to see. I'm actually, the reason I was stuttering is I'm not sure if it was Chocopie that did the 3 consecutive stuns in Arms Factory. I'm not quite sure if that was him, but he's definitely someone that you want to take the forward out of, because if there was, well, this is Pallet's hitting rate, but I'm pretty sure his stun rate is like 2 to 3 per game.
That should be very true, I agree. And here we see Zero and Night Owl, and they have just phenomenal stunts in general. Like, if you look at the average rescues, 1.26 when it comes to Zero with the Seer. We have a win rate of over 50%, as well as exactly 50%, and the Pallet hit rate is at 12 and 11. In general, more of a decoding progress right here with 136 to 122. These stats just show how these players can adapt to every situation. They can go in for a kite, they can go in for pallet stunts when they have to. They also can decode Cypher machines if they're getting the chance to, and if needed, they can go in for a rescue. Here we can see Emcee,
And
Sun,
speaking
and
of
Jojo.
diversity, yeah, go for it.
Yeah, the 2 mechanics, and here we see very similar. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, yeah, diverse lineup, because Sun also brings out a dancer into the mix. Again, it's just these are their preferred, but then I'm excited to see what else they can bring to the table come picks and bans.
Yes, that is for sure. And when it comes to picks and bans, we have seen the mechanic being banned quite often. So therefore, it's definitely a valid reason right here. We're gonna see these 2 come into play, and as you already said, they have to bring different characters to the table because mechanic would most likely be banned. But if we look at the stats, they are quite similar. We can see that Sun is more of an average, more of a rescuer, while Jojo is still remaining more on the decoding side of the game, because if we look at the average rescues, we can see Sun with 0.71 and Jojo with 0.31, and on the average decoding progress, there is almost 30% more on Jojo's side. In general, very similar stats. I'm very curious to see both of these teams go against each other, because all of the stats are very similar, and everything they have been practicing for is leading down to this tournament, to the IVC 2021, and they will not give each other anything. They are going to fight this out. They are going to show the world who they are, and I am just excited for all of these teams.
So yeah. And also, I mean, to top things off, we have LC and Baby Top. LC being the stunner of the MadPenguins. Baby Top also has a Merc, has a Prisoner, has a lot of diversification, and that's what we show with NR. NR actually being a wild card winner. They definitely have been practicing, but you have to look at MadPenguins though. They've been on the stage before. They have almost qualified for KOA, so they are the big dogs here. They are the ones with the experience, one of the best teams in Vietnam. And looking at the stats also, just excellent forward usage of LC, but he also does have a batter in his arsenal. Average decoding progress, again, triple digits on both sides of LC and Baby Top, and rescues are pretty impressive when it comes to 1. And Baby Top, again, with a diverse character lineup, I'm excited to see if he's gonna use that Merc or other characters as well, because you know what, Merc has been also priority banned in some matches.
That is very true, and you mentioned it, the beta. We have seen the beta being utilized very frequently in this tournament, to be honest, and the beta really brings a good variety to the game, because we see him utilizing these balls to really stun the hunter, to, you know, prolong the kite, or to just rescue his teammates from balloons as well. And we are jumping into the Sacred Heart Hospital. Whoa. And we have Noir on the hunting side, banning this mechanic. We just mentioned it while we were looking over the stats of the survivors. Mechanic being a survivor that is frequently banned from this tournament. We can see the first 2 picks, Mercenary forward, nothing surprising here. And
can I just mention also that it's not Oxygen that's hunting, it's Marks. Yes. One of the coaches of NR, shoutouts to Marks, by the way. Him and Aurora have been training so hard, but this is quite interesting because we said that we'll definitely see a breaking wheel, but it's a different hunter, that it's a different player. So I'm excited to see what's going to be happening now. So Priestess, again, you do not want her in hospital. Nice ban there, but I mean, they secured the Mercenary forward, and they are contemplating getting the Seer and Painter, who has been, I would say, been utilized a lot and has not been banned at all here in the group stage. So excited to see who Marks will be bringing to the table. It's a Bonbon.
Very, very interesting to see. You pointed out perfectly. It's not Oxygen playing right here. I was making my prediction that we will see a breaking wheel no matter the map, but they were switching out the hunter. Now we can see a GA26 in round number 1. Very, very exciting. And you also said it, the Painter. Painter was a character we have seen a lot during the preliminary rounds, not as much in the group stages. So I am also very curious to see him in round number 1 as well.
Yeah, and with a Bonbon, so this might be a, I mean, probably Marks wants to, well, eliminating the Priestess is actually pretty good, so it doesn't give that much strength to the hospital. But if Marks, would try to go IVL Bonbon, he'd probably go with Peeper Bonbon just to negate the inside of that hospital. So early chase will be very important, especially this early on. I'm pretty sure they don't, like, Team MP does not want to sell anyone out, so they will try to go for those rescues because they have a pretty rescue heavy lineup. So Marks again has his work cut out for him, because this is a first round lineup. They still have the Mercenary and forward, so they're quite tough guy heavy. Now, Grizzly, may I ask, who do you think would be the best target for Marks to chase?
Oh, I actually think the Seer might be the best target, just because he can easily cancel out the CSR with the bombs. At the same time, he can cancel out, for example, the Mercenaries' prolonged survivor time, because if he is just placing 1 bomb and he's getting 2 hits, or maybe 3 bombs and 1 hit, that Mercenary will go down immediately. And we have seen how these hunters utilize the characters to avoid looking at the Painter. So the Painter could also be a good find. He is going to find Anchan first, which is the Seer, which is, as we mentioned it, a really good find early game. He's gonna try to hit these bombs, and look at that! Already a fantastic start from Marks right here.
Yeah, again, you hit the nail on the head. Anchan is the best when it comes to the target, and now we see Anchan is the one utilizing the owl just to get into hospital. And as we said, he did bring peepers. This is actually going to gimp the survivor staying in this vicinity, because he will have just awareness throughout the entire game where the survivors are, when they're inside this hospital. Now Anchan, the owl is already done. Marks going for a wall hit here, and now just breaks the pallet and tries to continue his first target, which is that Seer.
What a phenomenal bomb, really just putting down a 5-second bomb to force Anchan to go a little bit in a zigzag, which is also slowing Anchan down. And here we have the connecting bombs from Marks bringing down the Seer extremely early in the game. Not a single Cypher machine has been popped. Fantastic job from Marks. And also putting down the Seer on this rocket chair, where he can protect both Cypher machines. The Cypher machine the forward was working on, as well as the Cypher machine the Mercenary was working on, putting down these bombs to prevent the forward from doing anything that Marks does not like. And look at that, and I can just protect these 2 Cypher machines.
And you gotta love how Marks had that foresight to just plant those bombs first. He knew that the forward was there. All right, he might go for a rescue stun or whatever, so he just covered his ground. Now, oh my god, the terror shock, and canceled out the Mercenary, saved the Mercenaries down. Elcee did get that stun though, but the Seer, oh my god, is the main priority here, Grizzly.
What is happening? Ford was trying to spin around to start a really long stun, but was actually hitting the Seer right there, was trying to protect that Seer, and therefore Seer was the target that he was going for. As you mentioned, it is priority 1 because he was already on the chair for one time, is now taking care of the mercenary. 2 chairs extremely close to each other, is getting the stun by the forward, the rescue is coming in there, trying to go to the Seer as well, but Marks is definitely trying to protect him.
Yeah, this excellent rescue on the side of Seeru. Did have Tide Turner, so this will buy some time for the Seer, but already last effort has been popped. Nice pallet drop there, but you know what, the last effort will be coming down soon. 4 ciphers still remain. Marks has brought the pain. He has been so proactive. His time bombs have been so well. He's so proactive when it comes to covering himself from those stuns, and now the control is on the side of the Hunter. How will Noir respond? How MP respond?
Wow, what a game-changing moment so early in the game. Terror shocking the mercenary, utilizing the bombs to immediately bring him down, not giving him the chance to rescue at all. Mercenary down again right here. He was already on the chair. Seer already out of the game, and if we look at the decoding progress, survivors are trying to push as good as possible, but at this point they definitely have to reconsider their strategy because it is going to be a difficult game. 2 survivors are on the field right now. The mercenary will be out of the game if they are not going in for the rescue. So it's definitely a difficult way to actually go for the cipher machines. So it might be the clever move to reconsider going for the dungeon.
Yeah, that's true, because I mean, Marks had such a frantic pace at the start. Just downing the Seer, was able to cancel out the mercenary rescue, and also just in that scramble, right? The forward wasn't able to get that tackle for the rebound kite. Now the mercenary did expire, and now Marks again utilizing the peepers just to cover more ground, and now he has his sights set on this painter. Mind you, the painter still hasn't utilized his paintings yet, and Marks has been so good at stuffing early kites. So now it is now Sun that will have to take this kite, while the forward probably pushing for objectives. Painter 1 chip damage away from falling down.
Wow, this is so much pressure on MP right here. As you said, Ford is trying to push the cipher machines. They have 2 cipher machines halfway on this side of the map, so he will definitely be able to bring down some decoding speed to the ground. Very good painting right here, buying more time, cancelling out that remote bomb and getting him into the hospital, which will definitely buy more time. But Mark's now concentrating on the cipher machine that is being decoded, concentrating on the forward again, because he knows he already put damage on the painter. So let's just let him alive. Let's go for the forward. As soon as he is down, I can easily go for the painter and make this a quick match.
I love that you pointed it out, because you know what, even though Marks had such a fast pace at the start, he's still very controlling of this map. He's not impatient at all. He knows that the painter has another painting ready, and he already did some damage. Now he's going to focus on that forward just to stop the objectives of the survivors. Does have one more elbow pad to utilize to get into the hospital, but Grizzly, these peepers have been the detriment of these survivors when they're inside that hospital, because Marks can sniff them out. Oh my god.
What a fantastic combination of bombs, really predicting where the forward would go and being able to bring down that forward through the wall without even seeing where exactly he is. Fantastic job. And now we have the painter right here. That could be... Oh, struggles free!
Wow! This is actually big for the survivors. The painter is still out and about. LC doesn't have that much to utilize, but yeah, Marks again trying to just hit him with those bombs. Excellently timed once again. He's going to leave that forward to focus his attention on the painter now.
Wow, but look at the cipher machine progress. The painter is on the side of the map where the 2 cipher machines are pretty well decoded. It's still... Oh, teleportation is coming in. That is going to make things very difficult. We have the painting, which is buying more time for him to get away, but still only 1 bomb away to take down the painter, and there he goes down. Now most likely going to pick up the painter right here, is bring him to the chair. Forward is up and running, so maybe he's not putting him on the chair. He is actually just
bringing him probably one. Oh, probably chair placements, but okay, allows him to struggle again. He can't keep getting away with this because the forward did utilize that self-heal. Now, Sun, again, I think it's all about rocket chair placement, right? He just wants to make sure that all these survivors at the same place. And now Mark's noting where the dungeon is at. Earmark is popped, but he is trying to look for that Painter once again. Painter was able to break the line of sight, but Sun, he's closing in. Mark's trying to look for him, but he's doing a great job hiding behind that pallet. Now Mark's wanting to look for his next target. If he, again, it's still anyone's game. The survivors can push for this because, as you mentioned, those two ciphers are close to popping.
Wow, what a match so far. And you're very right, he was not bringing the Painter to the chair because he's most likely searching for the forward again. Forward was already down, which means if he is bringing down that forward again, he can just concentrate on the Painter. As soon as the Painter is on the chair, when the forward is down, this will be the match for Marks, for Noir right here. But fantastic job from both survivors, really getting away, getting out of sight, breaking the line of sight and buying more time. If we look at the Cypher Machine progress, it's extremely high. But at the same time, Marks being in the area where the Cypher Machines are, making it difficult to decode these last two ciphers.
Just look at the rotations. Now it's Sun that's taking this kite because he does have that recovery. We did see that the forward is trying to push for those ciphers. That 60% cipher is already at 72. And mind you, he switched to teleport already. So Peepers will not be helping him here in the hospital. Painter gets hit trying to vault. Excellent timing on that drop hit there. So now will Marks choose to chair? No, he does not. He's trying to patrol around the area. He wants to down that forward, wants to exhaust the self-heal of that Painter so he has less to worry about. And Marks wants that 5 points for his team Noir.
And teleportation is ready yet again. It's such a good strategy right here from MadPenguins. They almost brought down these two Cypher Machines, but Noir is not letting them. The Painter can still get up and could put up another kite while the forward could decode, or the other way around, forward could kite while the Painter can decode. It's going to be extremely difficult for MP to get this one survivor out of there, and they know it. Noir will not just put one survivor on the chair, because that could mean that, you know, chair goes out of the game very fast, and the dungeon would open up, giving the option for one survivor to escape. And I am not completely sure. Did the Painter already heal up?
The Painter has not healed up. I think he's just trying to bait the Marks to chair him just so that he'll push for like a dungeon escape. So the Painter, again, the strategy usually is the Painter did struggle free. So the Painter still has that heal. I think he's going to pop back up once the forward is spotted. But the forward seems to be over here at Shack opening up another cipher, and Marks has that earmark, knows that the cipher is shaking. And LC, if he falls down, he's not going to get back up again. Now the Painter goes up. They're separating, dividing and conquering. MP not going down without a fight.
Wow, what a strategy. As you said, opening up another Cypher Machine, now taking the attention off Marks, and this is giving the Painter an option to go back to the Cypher Machines they already have almost primed. Will he do it, or will he prepare to go for the dungeon? That is the question though. Yes, he is touching the Cypher. He popped one, and the forward is down. One Cypher Machine at 88, but Marks is coming in with teleportation, and this is going to be an extremely close fight. If the Painter goes down, this will be a 4 survivor elimination for Marks. Look at the Cypher progress. The Painter really pushing through all these ciphers, but is now the target, and it's going to be extremely difficult. One more bomb and the Painter is down.
Yeah, and that's tough because the forward already used up his self-heal. Sun trying to kite for as long as he can, probably waiting out the bleeding time just so he'll be able to go to the dungeon, but that's a good done deal. Marks, amazing 4K Bonbon. 5 points for Noir to start things off in today's match.
Wow, what an intense match. I mean, I knew we're gonna see the heat today, but it's just starting off extremely strong right away without any hesitation. We're gonna see Noir Marks coming in with an absolute clutch for survivor elimination. 5-point game, we can see it down there right now. And I just have to mention, the early game was extremely strong for Marks, but late game for MP, the way that the Painter and the forward were able to bring down more Cypher Machines, almost bring them all down. It was an extremely difficult situation to get out of in the first place for MP, because That was an extremely strong terror shock on the mercenary, bring him down, denying the rescue, and then just eliminating the seer that quickly early in the game, and mercenary as well. So it was a difficult play for MP, but MP was not giving up right here, giving everything. And at one point it almost looked like they were definitely able to get out with at least one survivor through the dungeon, but Noir proving that they are able of eliminating all of them.
And just as you mentioned, like early game, excellent performance by Marks. Then once it got to the mid to late game, it started looking like this 4K was starting to look like almost like a tie. So it just goes to show that MP, their survivors are so well coordinated, because even though that there were 2 survivors left, that could have gone any which way. They could have pushed for the end game, and we weren't able to see the personas. But you know what? The forward and the painter were doing really well separating, and he might have not brought a detention. So at least that could have been like a 1 survivor out of the gate. So again, these are the what ifs. These are the intangibles that happen. But Marks does make a strong statement to start things off between the battle of MP versus Noir. Here we have the match data: 27 survivor hits, 2 pallets destroyed, 11 knockdowns, and 1 cipher remaining. Marks is making a huge statement with his bonbon. But Grizzly, let's talk about the survivors of MadPenguins though.
Yes, if we look at Sun right here with 300% of decoding, and we also see the forward who was coming in very, very strong with the 2 digits in decoding, 3 digits in decoding. Fantastic job. This really shows how the match went, right? We see that Enchen was the first kite and was the target that Noir was going for early in the game, and was able to just hit a lot of these hits and also cancel out the owl I think he was waiting out the owl, and then bring down the seer, focusing on the seer, also focusing on the mercenary as soon as he had the chance. You have to consider the placement of the seer. It was not only between 2 cipher machines, which was extremely good for the Guard 26 to protect these cipher machines, but as soon as he brought the mercenary down, he was not waiting for the mercenary to get up. He was in an area where he had another rocket chair right next to it, which allowed him to chair 2 survivors at the same time while all cipher machines were up, forcing the forward to come in for the rescue. And we saw this, I would say, very, very strategic rescue that was going on. But at the end, with the forward running into the seer, very, very unlucky for the survivor team. Very, very lucky for MP, for Noir right here, because that was allowing him to focus on the seer again and bring him out of the game. Wow, what a game.
And something also to highlight in that situation was, before chairing the seer, drop the seer, planted bombs around to make sure the stun rescue does not happen. So that was an excellent foresight from Marks, and also the respect he has for Elsie's stun rescue, because it did happen when he chaired the mercenary, which actually was a great scramble for MP, because the mercenary still had Tide Turner, and he was able to prolong the kite of the seer just a little bit, but Marks was fully fed. That was a fully fed bonbon already, dropped so many bombs, popped in the last effort for the mercenary and the seer. So that scramble, ladies and gentlemen, happened like in what, 20 seconds? And for them to think on their feet like that, to adjust, go for the support rescue of that forward, going for, again, it was a really, even though it was an open space, it was a tight spot because the seer was there, the mercenary was down, bonbon was there dropping these bombs, and you saw Elsie was trying to spin and trying to go for that stun, for the rebound kite of that seer. But again, it was a crazy scramble. Marks ended up taking advantage of that, and still an amazing showing of both teams. And I'm excited to see now as they switch sides. Will we see She Hunt, or will we see 72S here in Sacred Heart? And also, like we also talked about Noir's survivors. They are very in the matches that we've witnessed them, they really go for those decoders at the start. And now we're starting things out in Hospital. We usually start things off in Ever Sleeping Town. I mean, I'm not complaining. I like Hospital, but I wonder what they're going to bring new to the table here.
That is a very, very good question. I just want to highlight what you said. Like, everything happened so fast. Within 20 seconds, they had to readjust their strategy. And this really showed late game. MP readjusting their strategy and really going for the one survivor escape through the dungeon, maybe even popping that last cipher, putting more pressure on Guard 26 to, you know, you don't really know where they are going. They're splitting up, and maybe they're even down one exit gate and they're escaping through one exit gate. It was extremely close, so they were really, as you said it, thinking on their feet, making quick decisions, adapting their strategy. Fantastic job from MP. And yeah, now we are coming to the match where you can see MP on the hunting side. It's a very, very good question that you threw in the room, if we will see She or if we will see 72S, because 72S very well known for his Dream Witch gameplay. So if we see 72S in this first round, we might see a Dream Witch. Other options that we have with She would be the Sculptor. Sculptor, extremely strong on Sacred Heart too. So I want to throw this into the room, my little prediction right here. I almost think that we're gonna see She with the Sculptor.
Ooh, okay. That's actually a very strong one if she will be doing the hunting first, because, yeah, I mean, the Bonbon was a refreshing surprise, especially from Marks. Even Bonbon Peeper, like, shoutouts to Pipija, like, utilizing that. And also, just him switching to teleport, knowing that his attention was going to be separated. So, excellent stuff. But a Sculptor in Hospital is actually a pretty good prediction, especially with how she has been performing with that Sculptor. I guess it just comes down to who will be hunting. And also, if 72S will be hunting. We only saw a glimpse of him in the group stage. He is the sub-hunter of the MadPenguins. And he only just saw the Dream Witch. I'm excited because he's also a very proficient Bloody Queen. He also has, I'm sure he has other hunters up his pocket, but maybe saving that for like third round, because we have seen Bloody Queen gain so much points in the third round. But here we are, picks and bans. We are seeing 72S though.
Might be a yeah, it's gonna be very, very interesting. Might be a Dream Witch. We're gonna see the mechanic being banned, as you said. Noir going for the heavy decoders, and I mean in general, this is a prediction that you can always make, mechanic being banned, because she is just a huge danger to the hunter side. And we are now getting into the picks. We might see the mercenary, we might see the forward. These two survivors always being utilized as long as they get the chance in the first round. And here we have them. Curious to see what MP side will ban in the second round of bans.
They might go for Priestess, because I see a name that's very familiar there that we did not see in the previous group stage. Aurora, the manager, the coach, is going to be playing now, so she's subbing in. So Aurora and Marks will be playing in this stage, so I'm excited to see what's going to happen. And I'm sure that 72S might take a playbook, might take a page out of Marks's playbook and probably ban that Priestess, because Aurora is very proficient with that, and especially in Hospital, a Priestess running amok here could definitely provide a lot of backdoor strategies, and also support rebound kites once the whoever is getting rescued has Tide Turner. So I'm excited to see Chocopie and Night Owl. Chocopie, a known forward here, and we've seen him do a lot of support stuns, and also utilize that football just to kite for as long as he can, to just kite in areas where he's not going to disrupt the Cypher Rush. So let's find out, because if I may ask, do you still think 72S will go Dream Witch, or do you think we might see a new hunter from him in this map?
Oh man, that is an extremely good question. I mean, Dream Witch would be a good pick, especially since this map is so small and you could put so much pressure on these survivors. So I think I'm gonna stick to my prediction. If we're gonna see 72S, we're gonna see a Dream Witch. We're gonna see She. They switched out the hunter.
She now. Okay, they switched it up. So your prediction, it might be Sculptor then. Okay.
So this changes things.
And actually, a mechanic would definitely help out the Sculptor, because, again, she wants to build that presence. Oh my god, Embalmer? Wow, change up after change up. This is so interesting. Because if that was 72S, if we look back at how he used that Dream Witch, he did want to ban the Seer first, because without that foresight of the Seer telling who the hunter is, where the hunter's at, it definitely gave 72S that big advantage in Ever Sleeping Town. But since it's She with the mechanic, I might double down on your prediction there, and it's probably going to be a Sculptor.
It is probably going to be a Sculptor. I think so too. I mean, the map is just speaking for itself. It's gonna be Sacred Heart, and Sacred Heart is just an extremely good map for the Sculptor. So she right here might come in with that Sculptor. They know they need to get a 5-point game too. They need to get the 4 survival elimination. On the other side, you have Noir. They know, hey, we just got 5 points. If we get 1 survivor out of the gate, or through the dungeon, this already means we are winning round number 1. And of course they want to get more points and they want to get more survivors out of there. But 1 survivor means they will win this round number 1. And therefore, we have a lot of pressure on MP's side when it comes to points. They definitely want to get that 4 survivor elimination. You can see that... Oh, I am a little bit confused. I think we can't see the second ban of the survivor yet. But since the seer is locked in, you might be right with the priestess ban. Maybe
Probably.
It's just...
I guess not. Maybe she banned the prisoner because probably really wants to eliminate all these decoders. But if the priestess is being considered by Aurora, then I guess she was available. So this is actually a really strong lineup.
So I just want to throw this in right here. This round MP can't have an extra ban because they actually broke a rule right here, which is that you cannot swap hunters in the half. You cannot swap the hunters if you already said, hey, we're gonna play with 72S. You can't just swap out She. Since they did that though, they are forfeiting their right to ban a second survivor, and this is allowing not only the seer but also the priestess on this map. But it seems like NP is very, very confident when it comes to this, because they were like, okay, we are allowing them to pick seer and priestess. We are allowing them to play with only 1 ban. But we know She as Sculptor will be our trump card in this map, so we're gonna switch it out. We're gonna play She. We're gonna, as we already said, we're gonna see the Sculptor right here. And I am just curious to see how this plays out.
Thank you for giving that context. So yeah, interesting situation now, allowing NR to have this international lineup, but still banning the mechanics. So it will be hard to get that Cypher Rush going on, especially if she has a great early down of any of these survivors. And we've known She being a very proficient sculptor. NR cannot rest just yet. They had a great first half, courtesy of Marks, but if they really want to solidify their lead, they really have to put all their effort into trying to survive and get out of the exit gate from this this Mad Penguin Sculptor. I was gonna say this Mad Sculptor, but it's the Mad Penguin Sculptor. So I'm excited. Sculptor. This is good.
This is very exciting. I am for sure excited too. Because again, you already mentioned it, it's a very international lineup. We have the Priestess, we have the Seer on Sacred Heart Hospital. It's going to be difficult for MP's Hunter side to really bring down all survivors. Again, I already mentioned it, they want to get out all survivors because they want to tie this round number 1. And on the other side, Noir knows they need to get out 1 survivor at least, and they have a really good chance to do so. Yes, She, extremely dangerous Sculptor player, but on the other side, Noir, we have seen Noir's survivor side playing against very, very strong hunters and really showing what they are made of. And this might be, their chance to get this first round into their pocket. We will find out if MP will be able to tie it, or if Noir will take home that first round as soon as this match starts.
I'm actually really curious to see what She's trait is, because will she bring peepers, or will we have the classic Sculptor teleport with quenching effect, or if she wants an early down, bring that blink, and then so she'll get that early hit, get some presence. So there's a lot of options for She to bring on the table. But as you mentioned, this is a very powerful survivor lineup, so she has to be very careful with what she picks. In trait-wise, and also commit to when it comes to the early chase, because again, any of these survivors can make it a headache for the hunter to chase early on, because if she goes for any of these survivors, probably the Seer, right? You'd probably agree it's the Seer that's the most optimal target, because you could just get the Owl out of the way with the Sculptors. But I'm sure Aurora, I'm sure any priestess would already be setting up holy keys in the map and just already communicate with her fellow survivors to, all right, there's a portal in the hospital, go there. So I wonder what the contingency plan of she will be in terms of traits she will be picking before the match even starts.
I agree. Seer being the most optimal target right here. We have seen it with Guard 24 before, where the bombs could cancel out the Seer's Owl or just deal so much damage that the Seer has to utilize the Owl and is forced to utilize the Owl. And this could just happen with the Sculptor as well. Utilizing these statues can cancel out the Seer's Owl, and it could also force the Seer to utilize the Owl in a moment where he would usually not use it, bringing down the kiting time of the Seer immense early game, and therefore yes, Seer would be the optimal target. We can definitely expect, as you mentioned it, we can definitely expect that Priestess being in the hospital area, putting down these portals, trying to prolong the kite for the teammates. And here we are jumping into the match. We can already see Aurora is getting into the hospital area while MPC is trying to make her way into that area as well, and already spots out the first survivor, which is
Mercenary.
Mercenary.
Chocopi. Wow. Okay, and also brought teleport here, and I believe Insolence as well. Just wants to gain that early presence. So let's see, Chocopi already utilizing his skill, the elbow pads. Can he get to the pallet? He does, and she almost has a skill ready. So Chocopi has to take this early chase, but teleport is ready. So I'm excited to see if he'll be able to use that.
Ooh, the holy key is right there, and look at that, we have almost all survivors in this area. Priestess was able to get to the portal again, but this is slowing down the decoding progress by a lot because they all have to transition out of this area. And now, as we mentioned it, Seer being the best find early in the game is going for the Seer, is utilizing that Seer's Owl. Will she be able to cancel out the Owl with the statues? Or,
Wow.
Nice drop down hit to actually get rid of the Seer's Owl and to be able to continue the chase. And here we have the portals we have talked about.
Yeah, and Grizzly, look at that. Yeah, just getting some presence here. The Seer definitely has to take this kite for as long as he can while they kind of make up for the objectives. And the basement is here. So Aurora, actually on that Seer, apologies. Actually, Night Owl is the priestess. So now she still zoning in on Aurora. And Aurora already not wasting any time, dropping down, making sure she's communicating to her teammates where she's going to be. And this is actually a good placement since she's not disrupting any Cypher progress, as we see on the left side that the Cypher progress is moving along quite nicely on the side of Noir.
That is for sure a fantastic job from Noir right here, really looping around Chi in the hospital, now going a different route. She is catching up though and is dropping down, but Aurora was not dropping down in this area, forcing She to utilize teleport because she realized, hey, I missed the Seer right there, but I need to put pressure on the rest of the survivors. They are decoding right here. Fantastic play, going very, very close to that drop down area.
And also, Grizzly,
yeah.
can I just say, it's Oxygen that's on forward. I just noticed that now.
Yes.
So he is surviving. So let's see how long this kite's gonna last. He hasn't used his football just yet. Nice sculpture hit there, but he's doing a great job avoiding. Will have to eat that melee hit. And now Oxygen just trying to transition away. Night Owl is in that area, so Oxygen all gets clipped by the statues.
Wow, fantastic job. Oxygen was trying to utilize the forward's football when the hit was coming in. So fantastic job on She actually landing that hit, avoiding the forward from just getting that distance, getting away, prolonging that kite, and now having the forward, the first survivor on the chair. Fantastic job from both sides so far. Noir putting up a really, really good kite early in the game with the Seer, but now She shifting the attention to the forward and immediately has the first survivor on the chair.
Shifting attentions, she did a great job. Once he lost the seer, he's like, all right, I'm gonna peace out, I'm gonna go teleport, and found the forward, and now that's the first survivor on the chair. Mercenary ate a lot of those hits. One more chip shot and he will be falling down. We are seeing that chisel just to guard out, sniping out Aurora there in the birdcage, and now excellent rescue by Night Owl. Oxygen now will have to rebound kite this past the half. Oxygen now utilizing the football just to get away from this area, goes to the ruins.
Wow, fantastic dash, really avoiding all of the statues that were in the area, and again utilizing that dash to get away, to get on the stairs to avoid these statues, and is now the preferred target of She, because football is out. Forward has no chance to utilize the football anymore and might be the easiest target for She. Brings down the forward right here for the second time, but if we look at the progress of the ciphers, we already have 4 cipher machines decoded, and Oxygen will end up on the chair, but not out of the game. Therefore, they can still rescue and they can still decode.
Right. So now, yeah, 1 cipher remaining, and this is actually going to be quite tough. I think he went past half already, Grizzly, so the forward is out of there. And yeah, again, the control of She downing that forward and just using the chisel to just snipe out anyone to try to attempt for that rescue. Mercenary does have a 1/4 damage. Again, this is what's tough. They have 1 cipher remaining. She does have teleport, so she technically has presence in all these ciphers that will be wiggling. And we see that only 1 cipher has been touched. Other is 3%, so they will probably opt to open another cipher just to keep the attention divided from She. It's really important who She will be focusing on. Chocopie is over there just hiding, giving to Nidus. Night Owl utilizing the holy keys to close out distance. Now, Aurora and Night Owl, they seem to be opening up 2 ciphers across the map. So let's see what She will be doing.
You said it, Mercenary, but just being there, pushing to Nidus, and we have Night Owl with all these holy keys extremely well placed, and now allowing her to, you know, teleport through a long distance and getting distance to the hunter, but is now the main target. The portals are out and she is taking statues, hits, is going down, but this is allowing the rest of the team to focus on the cipher machines. Look at that. They split up on 2 cipher machines. They now can have the... Oh! Teleports is putting pressure on the seer right here.
Wow, and look at that. Already knows where the dungeon is at, so a no camp She will be appearing. So we see that the Mercenary probably rotating to go save that priestess. Aurora getting away from that cipher, being bullied away out of it. Aurora now has to take this kite. Priestess already saved. Aurora looking constantly behind her. Can't drop that pal in time enough. She will be downing the seer. But then again, look at the objectives, Grizzly. Both of them are past 50%.
But at the same time, that was a fantastic strategy, really going for the seer right there with teleport, because that was basically forcing both survivors to get away from the cipher machines. It was forcing the Mercenary to go in for the rescue, and it was forcing the seer to go in for a kite and is now on the chair. We can now see the Mercenary going back for the rescue, and we can also assume that the priestess, yes, is going back to the code to push that last cipher. So Mercenary, Mercenary already took 1 statue, so this could be good for She, depending on the statue placement, while we have the priestess right here, focusing on decoding, taking the first hit. Can only take one more statue.
Yeah, but look at that. Chocopie already trying to push for the rescue here. He's in the area. Gonna buy some time for this priestess to prime that cipher. Chocopie does have 1 elbow pad to utilize. Will eat that hit. Try to close out the distance. She doesn't have teleport yet. So now this is the end game. They have to time this really well, Grizzly.
Look at that, Cypher Pop is happening. They timed it extremely well. They now have 3 survivors up and running. Priestess was popping that last Cypher, and Aurora now trying to kite as long as possible. Is in an area where there's not a lot of option to do so. Seer goes down, but we can also see with the Holy Key they were able to split up, and they will now be able to open at least 1 gate and to get out at least with 1 survivor. Probably it's going to be a tie as far as we can see in the bottom left with the exit gate opening speed. Look at that, out of here. And we also have the priestess who is now getting out of the gate, which means this is a tie in round number 1, the second half. Oh, it's actually going through the dungeon.
Oh my god, that was too scary. I actually thought, yeah, tie was gonna happen, but went for the dungeon. That almost gave me a heart attack, Grizzly. I was like, oh, I thought it was that. No, dungeon. Whoa. But you know what?
That was giving me a heart attack too.
Yeah, Noir though taking the first game here, 5 points for the Hunter side, tie for the Survivors. That's a W on Noir's book, and what a way to start things off between both of them. Again, you mentioned She's Sculptor is not one to look past. Very deadly in clutch situations like that, and it was looking like she was gonna snowball from there, but the excellent rotations on everyone from Noir, the communication, the constant back and forths of like, all right, I'll be kiting in this area. Aurora bought so much time in the hospital that she was forced to go out of the hospital, look for another target, and forced to chase Oxygen, the forward, the Hunter and Survivor of Noir.
That was an extreme. That was a key moment in this match. That was definitely a highlight. Seer, Aurora going close to the drop down area, and because you know the Seer already dropped down. Aurora dropped down twice, and she was just like, all right, she's gonna loop me over and over again in this area until I can finally get that Seer. But wasn't doing so in the third circle that Aurora was doing, and therefore forcing She to teleport out of there. That was definitely buying a lot of time for the Survivor team. And as you already mentioned, we have Noir taking this first round home for themselves. We have 7 points for Noir right now. Meanwhile, MadPenguins coming in with 2 points. Fantastic job on both sides. But it's definitely, we have to mention this. Since Noir was changing out... No, MadPenguins was changing out the Hunter. We only had one Survivor ban, which was the Mechanic. We always see the Mechanic being one of the first bans, and this was just allowing the Priestess. The Priestess was banned in the first half of this match, where we saw, hey, okay, Priestess is banned, obvious reasons, we have the hospital, and now we saw it again, why the Priestess is banned on this map, because she can provide so much for the rest of the team, why she is decoding. Here we have the stats. Survivor, it's 22, extremely strong She gameplay as Sculptor, but if we look at the Survivor side, we can see how this match panned out.
Yeah, again, you know what? Everyone having like excellent kiting times. Night Owl, you know what? Towards the end, there was getting quite dicey. Only had 28 seconds, but quite impressive on the side of Oxygen, Chocopie, Aurora, and Night Owl. All of them were touching those ciphers and trying to prime it, and it was really down to that one cipher. And once they popped it, as you mentioned, they were able to split the attention to both exit gates. That unfortunately on She's side committed to the Mercenary, and the Mercenary can take a lot of damage before exiting, but the exit gate was open, allowing Night Owl to go for that dungeon escape. Beautiful execution on both sides. A lot to highlight both Hunter and Survivor, and something to highlight with she knows when to prioritize a different target. Like, she knew that she was being looped by Aurora. She's like, all right, I've invested enough time here. I know I can down you when you're not here, so let me switch over to that forward, and did a great job with Oxygen. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a very short break. Please don't go anywhere. More of the match when we return.
But we know the new we follow. Take us to the truth that lies behind the lies. No one knows how to be free, but you know it's more than with me. It's our destiny, down we never let go. Influence through our investigation. Difference nowadays a direction. Always there we will slide on. In this game, first break through the chains, some lost memories, untold the shadows unfold. In this game, our true faith remains, the words collide. We put the endless night.
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction? Trick or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat.
Let me hear you shriek. You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is theirself now. That's our only, listen closely, most importantly, one and only. But remember, every wish comes with a price. What is Halloween? Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
And we are back with the second round right here. We already spectated the first round, NR versus MP, extremely strong opponents. This time we saw Noir taking it home. We will see if MP will be able to, you know, turn it around in round number 2. Everything is still on the table. They can still take it home. They were switching out the hunters in the middle of the picks and bans area where they actually couldn't. Therefore, they were allowing the second ban to be open, or rather they were forfeiting their right to have a second ban, and this was really allowing Noir to get a little bit of a head start right here again in round number 1. But this can still change. I'm very curious to see all of the bans, all of the picks that we will see in round number 2. And I'm also curious to see which map we will play on. You already pointed out we saw Sacred Heart instead of the Ever Sleeping Town. Ever Sleeping Town, kind of a favorite map for all of the players so far. So will we see Ever Sleeping Town, or will we see, for example, Arms Factory?
Dang, okay, Arms Factory, and it's still Marks doing the hunting, so I'm sure on the side of MP they will have to respect ban that Bonbon, but as you can see here, Marks banning the Seer and the Mechanic. Hunter ban, they do not want to deal with that Bonbon. So it's high tide for MadPenguins. They are facing some adversity now because it was a frantic start courtesy of Marks. And can I just say also, just to highlight what she did, she was able to get a tie for an international team. So that's definitely a cap off of the skill that she brings to the table. But you know what? We digress. We're going to head into the picks for the survivors. Zero and Elsie locking in with the Mercenarian forward. A very confident pick on the side of that survivors, and now we see an Explorer ban from Marks. So what does this bring to the table for the Hunter side?
This is definitely slowing down the decoding progress, and this on Arms Factory could be interesting, for example, for, oh, look at that, Entomologist and Dancer. I might want to say Dream Witch, because Dream Witch can be extremely difficult late game, can be scary early game, and just to, you know, push that late game a little bit further away would give her a better advantage to bring down all of the survivors before it even comes to the late game, before it even comes to, you know, all Cypher machines being decoded. So that's definitely a pick that we could expect. As you mentioned, they were banning the Guard 26. They didn't want to deal with the Guard 26 again. Now, I am very, very curious to see what we will have on the Hunter side. And, oh!
Whoa, a violinist. Okay, Mark, because this bans actually work for a violinist as well. As you mentioned, really stuffing the decoding and just getting the decoders out of here. Gonna give Mark's. It's gonna actually give him some time. And big shout outs to Aris from Noir last year, who did a lot of damage with this violinist. So Mark's, again, surprising everyone, not really going with a conventional meta of breaking wheel sculptors that we usually see, using that violinist. So Noir really showing that that they have sub-hunters coming into the fray, and Mark's being that one that to really make a huge statement, because violinist in this map can actually cut a lot of corners for these survivors.
That is definitely an interesting pick, as you already said. I did not expect to see the violinist right now. But we are going to see the violinist going against forward mercenary entomologist and dancer. I'm curious to see what MP will bring to the table right now, because they know they definitely want to turn this around in round number 2. They definitely want to get points, and they definitely want to have survivors escaping through the exit gate, through the dungeon, just getting out of there against the extremely scary hunter that is Marks. And I am very curious to see the violinist.
Yeah, I just looked through my notes and I did some notes on Marks. His mains are actually Bonbon, Violinist, Photographer, and Axe Boy, as well as Undead. So I'm actually curious, and I actually hope that we see around match 3, because I definitely want to see all his other mains come into the mix here. And yeah, you guys can follow him on Instagram. So I'm excited to see how Marks will be able to utilize Violinist, because Grizzly, we rarely see Violinist here in the group stage. If not, this is our first violinist of the group stage.
That sounds about right. You're right. We haven't seen the violinist before, and I'm very curious to see what he will bring to the table. And you mentioned it is also able to play more other hunters. Undead. You said Undead. We already saw the Undead in this tournament. I don't think in the group stage either. But that would definitely be a very, very interesting hunter. And I'm curious to see if Noir will stick to Marks throughout this entire match between Noir versus MP, because that could definitely mean that we will see a different hunter in round number 3 as well. But it could also mean that, they are going to ban, for example, Guard 26. They are going to ban, it depends on how this match ends right here, they're going to ban the violinist. So that would open up the slots for other hunters like Sculptor, Breaking Wheel, and Dream, which we haven't really seen on Noir's side in this match between these two teams so far. So there are a lot of dangerous hunters that are available to be picked from. And at the end of the day, it's just, which evil do you want to pick? Which is the lesser evil out of these two?
Pick your poison, right? Who do you want to deal with? And now they have to deal with the violinist, because the Bonbon was banned here. And we see that the dancer already setting up the slow boxes at the factory, and Marks already zoning in on the mercenaries. So this is actually going to be a tough chase, especially since Marks has not been fully fed just yet. Tries to put a note out already, but then we see that he did also utilize Blink, changing priorities. Elsie is in the area, but Elsie with that forward can be a pain to down here for any hunter.
SC can be a pain to be down for any hunter, that is for sure. But at the end of the day, if you're looking at all these survivors, which survivor do you want to go for, right? Like, all of them can put up an extremely good early game kite where they can utilize their skills to just buy more time for the team. So again, it's the same situation. Not only, which hunter do you ban, which poison do you pick, it's the same for Marks right now when it comes to these survivors. Which survivor am I going to chase down first? And it has to be one of them. It has to be one survivor that he finds early in the game, because at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. You just want to bring down that first survivor. Fantastic combination.
Blink.
But
Again, the
Nice
timing of
job
that note,
utilizing
that string, and also utilizing that blink. Excellent stuff on the side of Marks, and this is the logic of him banning the decoders. He wanted to take his time because Elsie was doing a great job, but once he comboed, he chained that note to that melee hit, definitely building his presence. Now he could definitely slow down some survivors with that new skill he just got. Anchan are just working on that cipher. We do see Sun on the way, already dropping those music boxes. But again, with that dancer buff where she could just pick up her music boxes, can definitely be a nuance. Now, Siru already here, and we see that the bees are already here, Grizzly.
Oh, that could be a great combination when it comes to the rescue. Was body blocking, Mercenary was able to take that hit. Now Marks is getting stuck in the corner, buying more time with the beast right here for the rest of the survivors. Fantastic rescue, but is still concentrating on LC, is still concentrating on that fall, on that first target that you want to bring out of the game. This already, oh, nice. But is taking the hit while throwing down that pallet. This already bought a lot of time. Look at the Cypher Machine progress. They are down to 2 Cypher Machines now, but still forward on the rocket chair for the second time. Still having time on the chair to get rescued or to, you know, kind of force Marks to stay in this area.
And now we see that Mark's just doing some cleanup, and you gotta love the utilization of the strings. He baited the forward to try and drop that pallet just so we can go for the regular hit. He didn't try to align the string towards that path for that pallet, and it seems like MP will be just letting the forward expire. They want to try to push for more survivors, but knowing that it's too risky to give him that full presence, and we see that the slow boxes have been put down in some pretty good areas. Mark's now just throwing these notes out there as the forward expires, and it seems like he's gonna lock into the mercenary now.
Is going for the mercenary indeed, or not necessarily going for the mercenary. It was the mercenary who can just, you know, if you go for the mercenary, that will definitely buy a lot of time for the rest of the survivors to pop these last 2 Cypher Machines. So now putting pressure on...
Yeah, a fully padded mercenary would definitely be such a headache for Marks to hunt. But now we see that Marks, you know, great job downing that forward, now has to change targets. 2 Cyphers remaining, 3 survivors. They all have pretty good utility. The entomologist has some bees to use. Mercenary can make that second rescue happen. Now it is Anchan with the entomologist taking the second kite.
Wow, fantastic job. As soon as the hunter was switching targets, you could see them run away. You could see the female dancer running as far away as possible, so Tinnitus wasn't even triggered. Therefore forcing the violinist to, you know, take a bigger D-route, a bigger detour where he had to go for the entomologist. And you mentioned it still has to be, still can buy more time, and you can look at the Cypher Machine progress. All of this time that these 2 survivors were buying is just putting more pressure on Marks.
Yeah, just the way that they were able to drop these musical boxes here is buying so much time for Anchan just to utilize the factory here. But look at that, Mark's already putting a note out there. They pop the last Cypher. Detention is in the air. They will push for the exit gate. Now using the AoE here. Anchan again doing a great job just utilizing these slow boxes that have already been set up, buying so much time for her fellow survivors to prime that exit gate. And now Marks does have that detention, but Anchan being so good at kiting and buying so much time for them to prime that exit gate, and still Marks trying to find that right note to hit and down this entomologist, and already utilizing this pallet.
Wow, just have to give it to Anchan right here. He bought enough time for the rest of the survivors to actually open up that gate. You can see the dancer in the bottom left just opening it up right now. This means we will already see a time with 2 survivors, and look at that, we have the dungeon right there, but the entomologist was not able to get quite there, making this a 2-point game for both sides, making this a tie for the violinist of MP. Extremely good match, and we are now jumping into the second half. But before we do this, we need to talk about the coordination of these survivors. absolutely fantastic coordination. You saw Violinist going for the forward first, then had to transition to different survivors, was finding the Mercenary. Mercenary was not the right target. Obviously not, you said it, with these elbow pads. That could have been very, very difficult. Transitioning over to the Dancer. Dancer already got the notification. Mercenary, you can just see the communication between these teammates, right? Mercenary was saying, hey, I am not the target anymore. He's going into your direction. Dancer was not only getting away, but also getting so much distance that Tinnitus wasn't even triggered, forcing the Violinist to, you know, go a longer route for the Entomologist. And all of that was buying so much time for the Survivor team to actually push through. And the way they popped it, you said it, they just popped it before a hit happened, because they knew, okay, if we are taking the music string down and then we pop it, he can still hit us and bring me down again, which would make it a little bit more difficult late game. So therefore they were popping it before the Entomologist was even down, and being in this area, buying so much time for the rest of the team to open up the gate and to get out of there. Fantastic job, and we said it, MP needs to come back, and I think that match was definitely a comeback match.
Yeah, and something else to highlight with what aided Anchan's kite towards the end there was the music boxes. Again, we always want to see a dancer in the mix here, and you saw it right there, like the placement of the slow boxes. I'm not sure if a fast box was utilized, because I think those are two slow music boxes. Again, Marks was thinking about destroying it, but it ended up paying him dearly with that kite of Anchan. And Anchan just buying so much time, almost 100 seconds, that is. And the way that Anchan was able to rotate, that could have been a dungeon escape. So it was really close call, but Marks was still able to get a tie. Now looking at the match data here, 7 survivor hits, 5 pallets destroyed, 3 knockdowns, and a very welcomed Violinist. So great stuff on Marks' side.
For sure, that was a fantastic job from Marks. As you mentioned, early game, we saw the forward buying a lot of time, but then as soon as the first hit came in with the strings, there wasn't time wasted utilizing Blink, bringing down the forward, concentrating on that forward. And that was a great job from Marks, but at the same time, it was definitely buying time for the survivors. And as you said, look at this, the Dancer was not kiting for a single second, but was definitely helping extremely well with these music boxes. You highlighted that. I think during the match you were saying that Marks is now doing some cleanup, was actually not going to clean up that one music box because it was in this little corner, and was just like I'm not going to waste that time to go around that corner to destroy this. I'm going to transition again to another survivor because I have to make this quick. I have to put pressure on these survivors, and that was definitely extremely good for Anchan, the Entomologist, late game when it came to kiting around the the arms factory area. And yeah, you said it, was doing a great transition, getting out of this area, almost getting to the dungeon as well, but we have to give it to Marks too. Fantastic job tying this first half of round number 2, and now we are switching the teams. We have NP, She on the Hunter side, while we have Noir on the Survivor side. And we also have to mention, if Noir is getting 3 survivors through the gate, they will win this fight against MP right here, but that is also very difficult considering that we will see MP's She on the hunting side. A tie will already be difficult, so we will see what comes out of this match.
And what's scary to note about She is that she also brings very strong hunters in the second round. I want to call it back to the Bloody Queen that she was able to use in Ever Sleeping Town. So she does have a lot of options to utilize, but that is a very smart pick for them to be able to ban that Sculptor because of how how the Sculptor was over at Sacred Art Hospital. Now with the Forward and Seer being banned, does leave a Bloody Queen open for She to utilize. Again, we can't also determine here that the Dream Witch is possible, even though 72S is known as the Dream Witch of this team. But in Arms Factory, how can you not? It's just such a good choice for any hunter. But again, it comes down to preference, and we have seen She utilize that Bloody Queen coming to that second round. Now, Oxygen and Chocopie have to lock in these top picks, which is the Mercenary and that Mechanic. Oxygen, again, this is actually his using Survivor is just a treat for everyone.
That is for sure, and you mentioned it. they were allowing the mechanic into this mix right here. So Chocopie is definitely utilizing this mechanic. As soon as you get the chance to utilize the mechanic, you are going for it. You just want to have this extra echoing speed on the ground. But you already mentioned it, Bloody Queen could be the hunter that they have to go for. And with the Bloody Queen's mirror, they can she can snipe out that doll, for example, with the mirror and bring down the doll and get the location of the mechanic. It can be extremely dangerous for the survivor teams if the mechanic is found first. But on the other side, having the mechanic in the game is already a win for itself on the survivor side.
That's true. Even though it's a juicy target for the hunter to go after, having that extra body, especially if the hunter is not able to spot out the doll, would definitely play in favor of the survivors, because even if the mechanic is shared, again, the hunter has to worry about finding that doll to stop the Cypher Rush from happening. Now we see the very strong picks from the mechanic and mercenary, and the prisoner band wants to avoid the double decoders to come into the mix. And now Aurora and Night Owl can go for an entomologist, can go for the dancer, as we saw how effective the dancer was. But we have been seeing a lot of entomologist bands in Arms Factory because of those corners that she can just drop her bees or her swarm. So might be something that Noir is considering, bringing the entomologist into this lineup.
Entomologist could be very possible. I mean, we have seen it before. We have seen the entomologist in the match when it came to MP's surviving side, and Entomologist was doing a fantastic job. Not only when it comes to supporting teammates during rescue situations.
What?
Entomologist, yes, but we might see a cowboy right here. That is going to be very interesting. Oxygen utilizing the cowboy, that can be very, very entertaining.
It could be. And Oxygen, I mean, we know him to be very proficient with high-skilled hunters like the Breaking Wheel, Dream Witch. So for him to utilize a cowboy can definitely be a wild card in this lineup, especially when survivors are ballooned. Grizzly, we saw in Koa 4 where 456 from GG. Oh my gosh, the cowboy was just so good and can definitely be a detriment when the hunter is trying to balloon a survivor.
Ooh, that is for sure. Can buy so much time. As you said, as soon as the survivor will be rescued from the balloons, this is just extremely strong, right? Because it's buying more time. It's avoiding the hunter from putting down that survivor on the chair, or at least in this very moment. And here we see it, as we already talked about it. Bloody Queen can be extremely good when it comes to, for example, sniping out the mechanic stall with that mirror. Can be extremely good to travel across a far distance. Even if this map is already not the biggest map, right? It's going to just put more pressure on the survivors. And I am just curious to see not only how the mechanic will be utilized, because I assume mechanic will be, if you look at this survivor lineup, you can definitely say that the first target should be the mechanic, because Gravekeeper, Cowboy, as well as Mercenary are not the optimal target early game. We have seen, I want to mention this though, we have seen a Gravekeeper being the optimal target early in the match though before, because if you are able to hit the Gravekeeper while he's utilizing his skill, he will take damage, he will not use his skill, and he will have a skill cooldown. So he can be a good target if you're landing your first strike in the optimal moment. But again, I think still that the mechanic will be the better find, and it's going to be interesting to see Aurora utilizing that mechanic, and it's going to be interesting to see Oxygen's Cowboy in the mix.
Yeah, that Gravekeeper scenario that you mentioned is definitely a lot of reward, especially if you're able to time it well. Not only did you hit them, but you also cancel out the skill, and now you have a potential down of a rescuer. So again, those odds are really good, but you have to pay the price of actually kiting and trying to commit to this Gravekeeper, especially weighing in the situation of where he's at in the map. If he's at a place where all the pallets are down, or in a really good kiting area where he's gonna just dodge a lot of your hits, it might be better to just go for, as you mentioned, that mechanic to just stop the Cypher Rush from happening. And having Kevin in the mix would definitely be, I would say, like a trump card, or like just a wild card. It can go either their way so well with how they're able to harass the hunter when she's trying to chair a survivor, or he could actually even play spoiler when it comes to kiting, because if he's at triple pallet or anywhere where he could just lasso a pallet for him to just get to a better kiting area, it could be quite tricky to down this cowboy. And not to mention, this is the first cowboy we're going to see in the group stage by Oxygen. So we know that Oxygen has that execution ready to just show to the world. But are they ready for the Dream Witch of She? Because this is practically her domain. Arms Factory is such a smothering map, especially when she's able to just leech so much survivors that you have to not prioritize objectives and start healing up, start getting rid of the leeches, and just trying to survive before you can actually think about touching a Cypher.
That is for sure, and I am not completely sure. We have seen 72 S's Dream Witch when it comes to the Team MP. I am not sure if we actually have seen she utilizing the Dream Witch in this tournament so far. I have my notes right here, and what I have written down is that we haven't. Might be definitely a surprise right here for Noir. Maybe not expecting that Dream Witch from she. So maybe. She can definitely put pressure on these survivors, but you already mentioned it, right? We have the cowboy. We have the cowboy, which is definitely a wild card, which can definitely bring a lot to the table, not only when it comes to rescuing, also when it comes to kiting, and in general to decoding if he gets the option to decode. It's going to be a very, very interesting match with this cowboy. Again, definitely a match that we all can look forward to. Definitely a match that is going to be a highlight match just because of the cowboy.
So actually, now that you mentioned cowboy, I want everyone in the chat to say howdy to Oxygen's cowboy in the chat. So I want to see a lot of howdies happening. So I'm excited to see. Yeah, as you mentioned, actually, I'm looking at my notes too. I don't think we ever seen she's Dream Witch, but you know what? This map is so Dream Witch sided. So this could actually be a big debut for she here in the group stage with this Dream Witch. Now we see him in the she in the main body trying to look for those optimal target, which, as you mentioned, is that mechanic. And now just rotating around, Oxygen is actually in the area giving tinnitus. So not the best find, but it seems like Oxygen will be taking the first kite.
That seems to be the case, and you say it, not the best kind, but find, but definitely the one of the more entertaining situations right here. You can already see the utilization of the lasso trying to get away, and you can see that we have now the cowboy in between these leeches, but is still able to kind of get rid of it. But Patroller is coming in. Patroller is coming in.
Yeah, that was actually a good usage of that Patroller just to cancel out the lasso, and it's definitely gonna just gain some distance to this cowboy. Again, that Patroller ankle bite is gonna buy so much time for him to be able to get that normal hit. Oxygen now injured and running for his life to try and utilize these pallets, but you gotta admit, she cleaning up these pallets definitely just clean for him to be able to cancel out the lasso. Nice jukes from Oxygen. Oh!
Very, very nice jukes from Oxygen, but is taking that hit. The leech disappeared, but she already on her way to reach that cowboy again to put down these leeches. Again, leeches are what the Dream Witch is made of. You want to put down all these leeches because the more leeches you have on the field, the more pressure you have on the survivors. At the same time, considering on the cowboy was giving the mechanic time to utilize that doll and to just focus on decoding as well.
Ooh. Wow, okay, just a slight pause in the action, ladies and gentlemen, but what an amazing start so far. Like, just the constant back and forth. I would say that was a pretty good kite for Oxygen, because if you looked at the Cypher progress, all Cyphers are being touched. So, I mean, there's some progress, but I think two were about to be... one was already popped, another one was on the way. You saw that the Gravekeeper was in the area. Luckily, already burrowed down for him to just at least eat that hit. So, again, it's a battle of inches here, a battle of milliseconds. So it's going to be quite the frantic rescue, because it's an early rescue. And looking at where he was at the water tank area of the factory exit, right? So now there's a pallet he can use there, but it's going to be quite hard, because that's why hunters love chairing there, because it's a great area to just camp out. So again, maybe the Gravekeeper will try to eat a hit for I was gonna say Cowboy Kevin, for Oxygen to maneuver to a better place with a lot more pallets, but it's still very much up in the air, ladies and gentlemen.
It really is, and you said it, all Cypher machines have been touched, and this is definitely something you want to do on the survivor side. You want to split up the decoding and force, you know, the late game that will definitely be extremely difficult for the survivors, because it always is with all these leeches. You want to already separate the Cypher machines so you have more entry points to finish that last Cypher. And here we can see Gravekeeper utilizing the pellet to stun. We can see the Mercenary coming in. Oh, we have the Patroller already on the Cowboy's leg, and this might give him another hit, but this also means Cowboy with Tide Turner, with the last effort, can now get into an area where he buys a little bit more time. You can see he's going to transition into the corner of the map, and now we can also see Mechanic being a little bit chased down as well as Leech, just putting these leeches on the map.
But what's great about the Tide Turner there, he was able to get away from this chair, the water tank chair, which is actually a pretty tough rescue. But excellent stuff on the Mercenary side. Can go for a second rescue. Did utilize all the skills, but wanted Aurora to make it a lot more trickier. Maybe it'll be the Gravekeeper's turn to go for that rescue, while we see 2 Cyphers remaining, Grizzly. God, the pressure of this Mechanic is being felt. So now all the Cyphers are already, like, they have options to go to, either 58% to 38, or they'll open up a new one. So Gravekeeper already on the way, hits him out of the burrow stance, and now we see, oh, Kevin, oh my god, nice body block.
Fantastic body block. This is buying so much more time. Even if the Gravekeeper is taking that hit, we have the Cowboy up and running. Cowboy, the survivor that will go out of the game as soon as he hits the chair. So that is definitely a target that you want to protect at all costs. Fantastic job. We can almost trying to utilize the last of, but is in between what I think were 2 leeches, 3 leeches almost. So that was extremely difficult to get away from. Was taking that hit. Is going for the Gravekeeper first.
Yeah, and look at, they both were on top of each other for the pickup, but it's Gravekeeper, again, can't afford to get chaired. Now we see Oxygen will be the one to get picked up, and we see that the Cypher isn't ready. 1 Cypher remained. They go for the rescue right away, and they know that this Gravekeeper will have his last chair, trying to buy enough time for him to try to struggle free. Can he do it, though? No, Cowboy will be going out of the game.
Mercenary was taking that hit, as you said, was trying to buy a little bit more time for the struggling, but will the Mechanic be able to finish that last Cypher in time? This is the main question. We can see, yes, it is primed, it is at 99%, and therefore, Patroller comes in, but again, she can take the hit, and then pop the Cypher. It's going to be late game right here. It's going to happen. Oh, it's going for the doll first. Still waits for the hit on Aurora.
Aurora again just trying to wait out. It's a... Oh, again, abnormal! Oh, wow! What a call! Right here. Oh, wow. And now Mechanic is down. Excellent utilization of the changing of the traits. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the momentum has definitely shifted, because they're really banking on that last Cypher. They are opening up a new one. Mechanic is down, so they are spreading out their options. Does not have teleport to utilize anymore. No more Patroller. Abnormal is the trait, but wow, what a move there by She.
Wow, that was an extremely strong move. I would say Aurora was not expecting that. Was touching the Cypher machine as soon as Patroller was almost gone, but we had Abnormal coming in. Fantastic, quick thinking right here from MP's side, because they knew, okay, if they're popping that Cypher, I'm having a difficult situation, and late game is already happening. Exit gates will be open, so therefore let's just prolong this match a little bit. Let's go for Abnormal, and now protecting the Mechanic. Mercenary already took that hit, can eat another hit, but might go down. Takes that hit and tries to rescue in time. Is getting that terror shot. The Cypher machine is popped though.
Excellent pop there. Oh, Aurora tried vaulting, but She was ready. Now detention is definitely going to be a factor here. They want to try to go for that tie, but this is going to be quite the uphill battle here. Mercenary, one more hit and he will be falling down due to detention. Does have a syringe to utilize. He's going to focus on just sharing the mechanic for now to just try and have less to worry about in terms of rescues and other stuff. But no, drops the mechanic. Chocopie now going to the shack area. So, yeah,
because
the dungeon's there. Yeah, but the thing
the
is,
mechanic was on the chair. If the mechanic was on the chair and was getting out of the game, this would allow the Gravekeeper to leave and it would allow the dungeon to open up. So therefore, transitioning to the shack area first and not letting the dungeon open up might be a good thing. But mechanic was able to struggle free. We have 2 leeches. Mechanic goes down, but this gives time for the mercenary to actually try and get to that exit gate. Detention is active. If he's taking that hit, he will go down. Will he get it?
The thing is, look at that. Just trying. It's a foot race to the exit. Chocopie almost there. Night Owl can't escort him because he doesn't have that delayed effect. And look at that. We see that it's definitely a scramble to get to that exit gate. Mechanic can't get up anymore. We see Chocopie trying to go for it. But no, he's going down. He will try to heal up. A Gravekeeper is in the area trying to just speed up the healing, and we see that the main body is already on the way. Can they heal in time, Grizzly?
And the mechanic is up too. The mechanic is now having the chance to transition maybe to the dungeon too. So that's going to be a very, very interesting late game. We can see. Wait, I didn't see the mechanic. I'm trying to locate the mechanic.
Same here. It's just so frantic now. The mechanic is lower left side of the screen is trying to get the leech off. So a tie is still viable for them. But Night Owl, did they wait out the detention? There's no more detention, Grizzly. So Night Owl can go for this rescue.
They want to get the 3 points. They want to get the 3 points. If Noir is getting the 3 points, this will be decided in their favor this entire match. So they want to win this round right here. They want to get these points.
And look at that. Aurora almost done. Was almost able to unleash. And now Night Owl trying to just be very careful here. Look at that. Mechanic already opening up the exit gate. Gravekeeper. Here we go. Mechanic can eat one more hit. It's Night Owl that has to be very careful.
Mercenary can eat one more hit indeed. And will they do it? They are trying to switch it. This is going to be very intense. Hit the right target right here. Mercenary is now trying to get away to try to get in for another rescue. Is eating that hit though, which means is forced to get out of there. Oh!
Wow.
What an intense late game right here.
And we see that the mechanic, you know what, she's still trying to open up the exit gate, but it's, again, it's still anyone's game here. Mercenary is already out. Aurora, she has to open it quick. She is already just closing out the distance, and now she's going to be able to open it. Gravekeeper already in that chair. Grizzly, we have ourselves a tie.
What a phenomenal match. They almost brought out 3 survivors against the Dream Witch. Fantastic job from Noir. They were absolutely fantastic. I mean, late game, it was just like, okay, which survivor am I hitting? Am I going to get the Mercenary? Am I going to get the Gravekeeper? And it was the Gravekeeper, which was the choice. Imagine, it could have been very, very different. If the Mercenary was taking that hit, both survivors could have escaped, Mechanic could have escaped, and that would already have been it. That would already decide that this match would have gone to Noir. But now, since we have a tie, we're gonna see a round number 3. We can expect greatness from both teams, and we can, I think, expect a few variations when it comes to Hunters as well. I mean, we have already seen on Noir's side a Guard 26, a violinist. We might see other characters too. You already mentioned it. Percy might be an option right here, but it could also open up for Noir's side to actually go to the meta Hunters, right? Like, you don't know if MadPenguins will ban Guard 26 and the violinist, and therefore opening up Sculptor, Dream Witch, Breaking Wheel, which we haven't seen so far. Breaking Wheel, very, very interesting. And yeah, on the other side, MP can also bring everything to the table. Both teams can still win this. It's going to be very intense.
Yeah, and You highlighted something. We haven't seen Breaking Wheel. I mean, I miss Breaking Wheel, but like these hunters though are just so. I mean, the lineup we're seeing so far is just it's so good. Especially that last sequence. That's definitely something that's gonna go in the highlight reel. She being a sniper, finding the most optimal target, which was that Gravekeeper. We saw that Chocopie was trying to body block. And you got to give it up to the survivor side. Oxygen taking that first kite, bought so much time, got the support rescue, but then the Dreamwitch Patroller was starting to like pile on. But you got to also admit that Aurora on that mechanic, having the mechanic, any mechanic in high level is so dangerous for that hunter, really pushing for the late game. But also, it happened here too, the abnormal that was used. Yeah. Excellent stuff on the side of She, just split-second decision thinking. Even caught everyone off guard. I even think caught Aurora off guard because she was ready to pop that Cypher and push for the late game. But my gosh, excellent stuff on both Survivor and Hunter side, bringing us to a match number 3.
And here we can also see how dangerous the mechanic can be on the Survivor side, especially if you're allowing the mechanic into the match and then you are not necessarily concentrating on that mechanic right away or not even later in the game, because we have 302% of decoding, brought down 3 of the Cypher machines that were needed. And we can see on the other side that She was doing a fantastic job concentrating on Oxygen early game. So it's definitely was definitely a good match from both sides. That's why it ended up being a tie. But you have to give it to the mechanic, who was able to decode a lot, to bring down a lot of decoding, and who was also able to get up late game because, you know, they definitely wanted to prevent the tie. She wanted to prevent the tie by not letting the dungeon open up, but this was giving the option for the mechanic to actually get out of there and to get to the gate and to open that gate and to escape as well. It was overall a very, very fantastic match. You already said it, split-second decisions had been made, and you have seen a lot of these split-second decisions in this match, and it's always phenomenal to watch.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see how much more they have left in the gas tank, ladies and gentlemen. This has been a classic so far, but we will be taking a very short break. More of MP versus NR when we return, so don't go anywhere.
只有在这里，我才能感受到自由和快乐。端庄、得体、优雅，我好像只是母亲拙劣的纺织品。绚烂的鲜花，人群的赞赏，华美的裙摆，和那个看似完美的未婚夫，那繁华的表象。是充盈，还是束缚？像玩具一样欺骗、玩弄、丢弃。这精巧的空中楼阁，原来是那么不堪一击。但我还是相信着，相信着。孩子们的笑脸。小小的玩具商铺，披上轻巧的羽翼，我仿佛看到了新的曙光。
And we are back for the third round in this fight between MadPenguins versus Noir. We already have witnessed absolutely intense matches and nobody is giving each other anything. We have seen how Noir was taking that round number 1, how MP was tying in round number 2, and now maybe we will see MP coming back, really getting that round number 3 for them. That could definitely be an option. We will find out very, very soon. I'm curious to see what hunters we will see. We can already see down there. We have Moonlit River Park picked as map. So Poch, what do you think might be the options when it comes to hunters?
When it comes to hunters, I think she is already locked and loaded for MadPenguins. The thing we talked about is Mark still going to be the hunter because Oxygen, known to go all 3, can definitely just come in and just throw a wrench in everything because, again, they've only been facing Marks. And I think that was actually a great strategy, them bringing in Marks, because they don't have any footage on Marks. They've only been seeing Oxygen come in, and that Bonbon definitely threw them in a loop. So when it comes to hunters in Moonlit River Park, let's talk about it because we're definitely going to see a ban of that. I would say even if it is Marks, maybe still ban that Breaking Wheel. On the other side, though, maybe the Bloody Queen might come into the mix because we have seen Dream Witch, we have seen Sculptor on the side of She. But let's talk about Marks now because what we said he has an Axe Boy, we said he has a Violinist, we said he has a Bonbon, he has an Undead. So everything is still left on the table as he bans the Mechanic, the Priestess, and the Forward.
X-Boy definitely could be a hunter that we might see on this map since he can definitely move fast with the pines as well as his skills, so that's gonna be interesting to see. We also have to mention that we have seen, for example, MP right now. I know they're on the survivor side, but we have seen them utilizing an N on this map, and this could definitely be a pick 2 for Marks right here. He is going to get 2 hunters banned, and we can see that it is actually going to be Guard 26 and Violinist, just as I mentioned before. Maybe we'll see this Respect ban, which will allow Marks to come in with not only the Breaking Wheel, but also the Dream Witch, which could be a good hunter for a big map because we have these leeches all over the place. And I am very curious to see what we can expect from Marks. I actually don't even want to make a prediction because he's good with so many hunters, as well as not only the meta hunters, but also the hunters that we haven't seen that often, that I just want to lean back right here and I just want to see what we can expect from this match. For now, we have the Survivor bands, we have the Hunter bands, we can see the Survivor picks in a minute. It will probably start with a Mercenary and
maybe a Batter, actually. Yeah, Seer won that Mercenary for sure, but okay.
Yeah.
Tinging it up, going with the Seer. Definitely going to help out in terms of just scouting out where the Hunter is going to be, but knowing them, they definitely want to be able to at least secure at least 1 stunner. We have seen actually a trend of prospectors making their way into the mix in the 3rd round, so that's definitely put on the table for MP to choose from. But now what they have to deal with Marks, and as you mentioned, we did see a Dream Witch coming from She, and we're not known to seeing that Dream Witch, so Marks could pull out a Breaking Wheel for all we know. He could pull out a Sculptor for all we know, and just and what a switch up if ever that's the case, because he saved the meta hunters for the last game. And now Prisoner will be banned. Definitely doesn't want to deal with double decoders. Anchan and Sun will be selecting their survivors. Anchan, known as a Seer, known as a Prisoner, but Seer is already locked in. Prisoner has already been banned from this game. Sun still has the possibility of using an Entomologist.
Oh yeah, that's why I said Enchantress. Entomologist definitely.
Oh, Enchantress too.
Yeah, no, I meant Entomologist.
Oh, okay.
Enchantress would definitely be a pick on the Survivor side we haven't seen at all so far. That could be interesting, but I think we might expect the Entomologist on this map. We have seen the Entomologist being played on Moonlit River Park, and we have seen the Entomologist completing teams before, so I think that might be a valid pick for Ancient or Sun. And in general, you already pointed out, really doesn't want to deal with decoders, so therefore banning not only the Mechanic but also the Prisoner. I'm mixing up survivors today. Mechanic and Prisoner, but that still leaves open the Explorer. So yeah, I'm curious to see what we can expect from Ancient and Sun right here.
Yeah, there's a lot to have, right? An entomologist will be coming in. And now that you mention it, actually, we haven't seen an enchantress. So I'm pretty sure a lot of enchantress mains out there would love to see if their character will be represented. But another stunner coming into the mix, and we talked about this. Prospector, there has been a trend of Prospector making his way in the second to third round. And I believe, like, if the forward is banned, he's definitely a good substitute, especially if you know how to utilize him. Now, Anchan, I believe, Anchan might be on the entomologist and Sun might be on that prospector, but this is a pretty formidable lineup. I wonder who Marks is thinking about bringing to the table now that we have the potential lineup of these survivors coming into the fray.
And I just want to point out that we haven't seen Prospector that often in this tournament, but we have seen him. And whenever we have seen the Prospector coming in, he was really harassing. He was really putting up a fight with the hunters, putting up a fight for the attention of the hunter, and also protecting, rescuing survivors. We have seen he is leaving, like he is coming. Why is he so far in the background? Sorry.
He's trying to drop the magnets.
Yeah, exactly. He definitely has proven to be a very valid character before, and we can see Marks is coming in with the Sculptor.
Wow. That's insane. He saved the meta hunters for third game. So again, it's still a tall order because you're dealing with a prospector. Seer could definitely scout them out. Entomologist can definitely harass, but you know what? The Sculptor is there for a reason. She is the meta, she is the bar, and Mark's gonna be able to utilize that. Again, they just need to be able to solidify a solid lead here because again, they're still winning in terms of points. If they just choose to tie this game, the NR will be moving on in a better seeding coming to the playoffs because we already established that both these teams will be heading to the playoffs, ladies and gentlemen. They're playing for better seeding as we head towards next week, and they're still giving it their all. And Marks being a surprise entrant as a hunter because we have a lot of footage on Oxygen's Breaking Wheel Sculptor, but he is doing the surviving now. Marks bring the Sculptor into the mix here in Moonlit River Park.
That is for sure. It's going to be extremely intense, as we already said. You know, you bring in Guard 26, you bring in Wildness, and maybe these characters will be banned. But if these are banned, you still have the Meta Hunters, you still have Breaking Wheel, you still have Sculptor, and we actually haven't necessarily seen. Oh wait, no, Noir. Yes, we have seen the Breaking Wheel on Noir's side, but on the other side it was Oxygen who was hunting when we saw the Breaking Wheel being utilized. So Mark's coming in for Sculptor is definitely switching it up because again, MP definitely studied their opponents. They definitely studied Noir, and they definitely have seen this too, that Noir is usually going in with this Breaking Wheel in the first round, so they have maybe different expectations to the hunters now that it's Marks. Marks already going into the haunted house where you can see Ancient transitioning away and Ancient utilizing these bees just to get a little bit of a head start.
Yeah, Mark's already catching a whiff there. Airmark will be popped. Anchan already utilizing the bees. Again, it's really important for Marks to establish a really good presence at the start, just so he'll take control of this match. As we see Anchan already is transitioning to the first stop, utilizing the bees just to get that speed boost. But now, eats a hit. Did they press the button? Oh my God, he gets hit another time. This is going to be quite tough. Anchan has to time it well. Will he be going for the coaster? Marks, he will be. And now we see that he's going to go for it. Marks is going to try to meet her at the second stop. If no one pressed that button, Marks will be waiting for his next target. And it seems like Anchan will be just trying to transition away from the coaster now.
Fantastic discipline from Ancient, really buying more time for the team. And we can see Plink is already ready. Will Plink be utilized? Fantastic. Owl really buying more time for Ancient, now utilizing. Oh, will she be able to actually press the button on the roller coaster? Yes, she's out of here. What a fantastic coordination. What a fantastic CS Owl buying enough time for Ancient to get out of here. But Sculptor, Mark's really concentrating on the entomologist, but is now forced to go for a different survivor. Maybe
yeah, he was
concentrating on Ancient,
presented
though.
the opportunity, but yeah, he decides, you know what, I spent enough time here, I'm going to try to hunt down Anchan. But again, look at the survivors decoding. 4 ciphers remaining. Marks already has the chisel to try and snipe out other survivors, so he will try to, again, probably let go, as you mentioned, of this entomologist. Now it is Siru that is in the vicinity here, has so much elbow pads to utilize. Mark's now trying to drop some statues on this mercenary, but again, Siru could just use that elbow pad just to get out of dodge here. Already popped that cipher. 2 ciphers remaining, Grizzly.
What a fantastic early game for MP. We said it. They have to turn everything around. They have to get the points, and they are definitely going for that. They are fighting for their points right here. Fantastic job. Was able to dodge that blink and wasn't taking a single hit of the statues and was able to lose her too.
Yes.
Fantastic guy from Zero right here. And just want to mention
line of sight just for...
Go ahead. You go.
Yeah, that was an incredible, just as you mentioned, just the scramble there on Siru's side. He was unscathed. Now eats the regular hit here. Mercenary has that delayed effect. 2 ciphers remaining. They're doing a great job. Entomologist and Siru were the only ones to really catch line of sight of Marks. Even in this small situation, was able to get a lot out of that scramble. Siru just dropping these pallets, forcing Marks to try and break or go around, and still has has 1 elbow pad to utilize to buy enough time, but he will be falling down. 1 cipher remaining, but you know what? The resources on the survivors are still looking pretty good.
Wow, 1 cipher machine remaining, and you can see they're both working together on that cipher. Fantastic job. This also means that the Prospector will most likely be the one that is going in for the rescue. Prospector still has 3 magnets left and can do a fantastic job. He's coming in over the bridge from the other side and might come in with a rescue before halfway too. This is going to be very, very intense for Marks right here, because you want to get these survivors out of there, but they are already down to the last cipher. It's Brian is taking the hit right here, is getting the rescue, and
and look at that stun. Following up for more support. As you mentioned, it's already primed. They will try to pop it. Sun now has the attention. The tension is in the air, but they're doing such a great job. Now it's Sun's turn to try to kite for as long as they can. They're already transitioning to the first stop exit. Sun is in a bare area here, fully fed Sculptor. Not much to utilize here when it comes from... tries to get the hit and also gets a stun here in the haunted house.
Gets the speed boost to get up, and will probably be able to actually vault over the window before Marks can follow up. Fantastic job, just the way the survivors are taking the attention of the hunter and switching it around. We saw that the mercenary who was on the chair was definitely getting away safe and sound, and Prospector is now going down, but this also means they will definitely have 3 survivors that might escape. Zero though, the mercenary who could even take an entire detention hit, might be able to rescue. Has still 1 elbow pad left, and Sun, he will struggle free.
Yeah, he will. He's trying to get the best chair placement, but this is actually a dangerous game that Marks is playing, because Sun, very good when it comes to just stunning this hunter and buying enough time. The mercenary is, again, as you said, all or nothing. They want to be able to get as much as possible. Gets another stun, but the blink was ready. Unfortunately, great situation for the Prospector. Was able to jump in time. And now the statue hits will be coming into play, but Sun trying to make a beeline for the gate. Marks ready with that melee hit, doesn't even need to.
The mercenary, in the meantime, was crossing the entire map. You can see the enchanters. Everyone is ready. Entomologists, everyone is ready to get Sun off that chair and to get him through the gate to make this a 5-point game. Again, MP is not messing around. They want to win this, and they want to win it big time. They want to get all the points that they can. And detention is still active, but should run out in a few seconds. This is giving them a great opportunity to come in with the mercenary, because mercenary can now take a hit and can take another hit to actually rescue. He needs to be careful with these statues though, because they can definitely prevent him.
Oh my god, again, excellent dodges here. Eats a melee hit. Sun also has Tide Turner. The mercenary, this is technically the first save of the game, and the magnets are ready as well. tries to drop some of these statues down. Magnet placement will be very important for Sun. We see that the entomologist is also there waiting. Last effort will be popped. It's going to be a beeline for the gate, Grizzly.
He will not make it though. He will not make it. It's too far away, but at the same time, the gate is open. And now we have the Prospector closer to the gate because Marx will not be able to bring him back all the way into the haunted house. He will be closer to the gate there. And that means that we will have the seer, we will have the entomologist with the perfume.
If you notice, if you notice, also, oh my God, tries to go for a chair away from here. This is gonna be very scary. The seer was looking the entire time, tries to drop a magnet. Oh my gosh, couldn't get a stun. The seer trying to farm an owl here. We see more magnets being thrown. Sun getting these stuns in. One more melee hit. He will be falling down, and he does. LC's in the area as well as Anchan to support just in case.
Seer, as you said, is trying to farm that owl, and again they can still rescue Sun again. He will be in the haunted house on the chair. This time it will be enough time to chair him, but again it's going to be extremely difficult for Sun to get through the gate. But what we have seen so far from the survivor side, they are doing everything that they can. They are trying to get that 4-man escape, but this time it seems like they are actually escaping, or rather transitioning towards the gate. They are taking their victory with 3 survivors right here. Fantastic job from MP. Again, they needed to come back with a phenomenal match, and they already did. Wow! What an absolutely crazy late game.
I was getting flashbacks of Oxygen's breaking wheel. I was so scared because, again, they really wanted to go all or nothing, but it's so scary because this is the sculptor we're talking about. Detention being already being utilized and run out actually gave them a big opportunity there for the mercenary, but again, it was getting very scary because they were trying to push for their luck, and you got to give it up for MP. They are down in terms of points, and they need to win this round as well as gain points because, again, they tied the second round. Not only do they need to win, they need to win in spectacular fashion. So the win condition is clear. Even though, let's say, Noir does tie this one, they still take the day because, again, the 3-point deficiency is still evident with 9-12. So as you mentioned, I remember I talked to Nello about this when we were trying to watch the match with Oxygen. It's all or nothing, or it's either we all escape or we don't escape. We got it. That's the mentality they wanted to go for.
That is for sure. And as far as I calculate the points, I can see that MP actually needs a 4 survivor elimination. They need to get 5-point game. 5-point game, 4 survivor elimination. They need that because else it's going to go after points, or it will go after points even if they win, and then we would have an R with a little bit of an advantage. So if MP will get a 5-point gain, they will win against Noir right here. Everything else will declare Noir as winner between these two teams. Absolutely fantastic matches we have spectated so far. Really head-to-head fights that we have spectated. And again, it's coming down to this. It's coming down to the 3rd round, second half, where MP needs to get that 5-point game. But coming back to the match we just have spectated from Noir's Sculptor, we have 20 survivor hits, was really putting pressure on the team. But at the same time, with the ability of Anchan to buy so much time early in the game with the roller coaster usage twice, it was just buying enough time. You can see it. Anchan almost recorded not at all. Was really concentrating on the Sculptor early game. And Mercenary, same thing, was bringing down 100% of decoding, but was also able to kite for 100 seconds. And late game, Prospector was taking the attention away from the Sculptor. Meanwhile, the Seer was providing an extremely good owl early game for Anchan. That was allowing her to get on the roller coaster for a second time and focusing on decoding as well with 200% of decoding.
And also, as we both called out, and like we actually got lost for words with Zero on that Mercenary, when he dropped that pallet, avoided the blink hit, avoided the statues, was unscathed in that hectic scramble, and was able to transition to the haunted house. Excellent stuff. Again, MadPenguins, guys. These survivors, you can definitely not look past them. And again, they really tried their hardest to get all out of the gate so that they'll be able to come into the second half with a little more, well, with less pressure on Xi's side. But you computed it right. He needs to be able to get a 4 survivor down and out of the game for them to call themselves the winner. Because anything below that, it's going to be Noir that's going to take the day.
That is for sure. That is why they were pushing for the 5-point game on the survivor side, because they wanted to give a little bit of a better chance to their hunter. But at the same time, we can definitely expect another spectacular match right here. It's going to be the last match of this day between MP and Noir, and it's going to be extremely exciting. We're gonna see the bands which are Mechanic, Mercenary, Priestess. This also allows the Ford and the Seer to come into this combination again. And we will see that there are Sculptor as well as Dreamwitch bands, which allows, you know, the breaking wheel for MP's Xi, but also it allows the Bloody Queen that we have seen before, as well as the Anne that we have seen before. Especially on these big maps, you want to have a character that can either transition from one area to another one very fast, or to almost like teleport as the Bloody Queen can. And this is going to be very intense. Again, 5 points are needed on MP's side.
On paper, it seems like the Bloody Queen would be favored, but we saw with DWT's Anne able to get a 5-point game in the late. So Anne could definitely be utilized here. But we also saw how she was very proficient. Now we see Chocopai and Aurora. Again, no surprise with Chocopai picking the forward, but the Perfumer coming out of Aurora. Again, since they were able to take out the meta hunters, probably considering that Perfumer, but no, locks in with that Seer. Also, you know what? She did bring out a Dream Witch, but you know what? What if this could be like Xi's debut in the group stage of a Breaking Wheel? Because Breaking Wheels could definitely be a menace in this map.
That would be absolutely... I would love to see it again. We haven't seen a Breaking Wheel at all today, and it's always... I think it's always fun to spectate a Breaking Wheel, and we have seen how dangerous a Breaking Wheel can be and how many points you can score with the Breaking Wheel. And again, MP wants to score these points, wants to get the 5-point match right here, the 4 survivor elimination. And I know for sure that Noir is not making that easy. They still have to wait for that 4th ban of the survivor before they can pick the rest of the team. But at the moment, it really comes down to MP Xi's hunter pick. I'm really curious to see what they will bring to the table.
Yeah, especially with considering what's left on the table. You know what? She's probably considering maybe a prisoner ban. What else could we assume? Like an entomologist, maybe even gravekeeper, if ever. There's no surprise with the lineup of NR, because they will try to stick to the meta. But Xi, as you mentioned, it could definitely change things up. Oh, the gravekeeper, so it doesn't want the tough guys to get into the mix here. So Night Owl and Oxygen. I don't know. Are we going to see round two of Oxygen's Cowboy? That could be in the table.
Ooh, that could be amazing. I would love to see that for sure. It is giving the chance for the Survivor team to actually pick the prisoner too, to bring a little bit more decoding to the ground, to fasten up this game as well. So we have to see what they will pick. Gravekeeper ban, actually very, very interesting. Going to see the survivor picks of Noir right here. I mean, we already mentioned it. We have seen Ford coming in, we have seen Seer coming in as the meta characters that you are allowed to pick. But then we saw maybe, a little bit of a tease for Perfumer. We saw in the last match a Prospector that could also make it into the team. And there are still a lot of very, very viable and very, very solid characters on the in the cards right here for them to pick. And it's going to be Night Owl and Oxygen we are waiting for right now to pick these 2 survivors. And I want to talk about MP Xi again. We haven't seen the Breaking Wheel. It could definitely be a possibility, but I have to be very honest, when I think about the performance of MP Xi, I think they will stick to their guns. I think they will pick a Bloody Queen, maybe an Anne, not necessarily a Breaking Wheel. What is your opinion on that?
Yeah, I actually, just to echo what you said, I think we've seen how she can be able to utilize the Bloody Queen. and very efficient in big maps like Ever Sleeping Town. And looking at the lineup as well of the bans, a Gravekeeper could definitely buy enough time for, because the Bloody Queen is a single hit hunter. So eliminating the Bloody Queen, eliminating the Gravekeeper, eliminating the Mercenary could definitely bring out that Bloody Queen of She. Even though you allow, let's say, the Forward and Seer, she can deal with that. That's fine, because the Bloody Queen, what she brings to the table is mobility. Taking away that Priestess was definitely a good sign of She bringing out that Bloody Queen. And also, you got to top it off with that mechanic, because we saw how if you let a mechanic loose, you definitely can't. You're playing to the pace of the survivors and not yourself. So that could definitely give She enough time to farm that presence for She to be able to get into enough advantage to really push the pace of this match. So again, when it comes to the survivor picks on the other side, Night Owl and Oxygen, they could definitely they could for sure pick an entomologist. As we saw previously, we saw how good the entomologist was in buying time from a sculptor. That is definitely a meta hunter. Oxygen on the other side, I think he is for sure the wild card. I don't know, we might see Enchantress, Batter. What's another high execution character? He probably is game to use that.
I mean, we can definitely expect, you can't really predict what the Survivor team will pick right here, because you have so many available characters. You still have the Painter, right? We have seen the Painter in, I think, what was round number 1. So we might see a Painter, we might see the Prospector, we might see the Cowboy. Oxygen, as you said, kind of a wild card right here, and might utilize that Cowboy yet again. Wasn't necessarily extremely successful in the previous round when he was utilizing him, but that doesn't mean that he can't be an extremely dangerous Cowboy player for the Hunter. And again, they want to get at least one survivor out of the match too, so that is something that they all keep in mind, right? MP knows they need to get 5 points, they need to get that 4 survival elimination, so they will put a lot of pressure. Whoa. And we have the Cowboy, and we have that Prisoner that brings the decoding to the ground. Again, they want to go for the 5-point game on MP's side, and that forces them to actually put a lot of pressure on all of the survivors. So maybe a breaking wheel, now that I think about it, might actually be a hunter that you want to pick, because you can chair a survivor and transition immediately to another survivor's Whoa. Okay, I did not expect that. Did not expect that, but I'm very, very happy to see it.
We started the match off with a Bonbon. We're going to end it with a Bonbon, but with She. So this is quite interesting if you think about it, because again, She needs to be able to, probably going to bring, changing things up. We're going with the Axe Boy, okay, because if the Bonbon did come to the table, it would be quite hard for her to camp, because again, the win conditions for NR is clear. They just need one person out of the gate. So if they did bring the Bonbon, they would just sell out the survivor that's on the chair. But the Axe Boy, as you pointed out, Grizzly, can put those pines to just have those cursed areas, those restful rows to close out the distance of these survivors. So this is an excellent pick on She's side.
This is going to be extremely interesting. Again, Noah knows they want one survivor out of there. They definitely aim for more, but they know that they have to, just in case, they have to come up with a strategy where they can get at least one survivor out. And I think that is exactly what they are focusing on doing. That's what they are forcing to do. So what we could expect, if there's one survivor on the chair, they might actually sacrifice that survivor in favor of decoding progress, just to push these cipher machines, because again, they don't necessarily need to get 4 survivors, they don't necessarily need to get 3 survivors, they don't even need to get 2 survivors through the gate, they just want to secure this one survivor. So what they're having in mind right now, also with the Prisoner right here, is to push these cipher machines to open up these exit gates and then to escape with at least one survivor. That is definitely the main strategy. Of course, they want to go all out and they want to get more points than just that 1 point. But that is the main priority right here, to get that 1 point.
Yeah. And shifting perspectives now, She needs to be very proactive with this Axe Boy, and very proficient with chaining the flame snipes with a regular hit. And I would say even maybe bringing teleport just so that he'll add that extra layer of pressure. Because as you said, you know, at NR, I know that they want as much as possible to get as much survivors out of the gate. But if an early kite doesn't go their way, they might just actually trade that survivor to just push for objectives. And she can't allow that to happen. This Axe Boy needs to be very proactive in terms of putting pressure on all the ciphers. And this is a huge map. Axe Boy again has mobility, a buff when it comes to putting down those restful roads. But if you think about it, not as good as a Bloody Queen. So they can't, especially if it's coast to coast, they could decode in peace. So she definitely has to put the pedal to the metal coming into this, and also just make sure that the map presence is constantly there for them to respect. And I think they ran out. I think they're already at the exit gate of the Moonlit River Park.
You're right, the animation is a little bit stuck right here, but yeah, you pointed it out very well. You have to utilize that X-Boy in a very proactive way. You need to push these survivors, and even if you have a survivor on the chair, you obviously need to think, you know, like if I have one survivor on the chair, first of all, I cannot really sit on that survivor. I cannot really protect that survivor. I have to push the other survivors. I have to protect or, you know, guard the other cipher machines. And I think that this is going to be a very interesting match just because there will be risk making on MP's side. They have to take a risk to get all of the survivors. If it's just, you know, thinking that you have the first survivor on the chair and then leaving that chair, because again, we mentioned it, right? Maybe the survivor side will sacrifice this first survivor because they are doing it in favor of getting more decoding speed to the ground. And, you know, MPC could know that, could be like, all right, this survivor will probably not get rescued, so I will just get away from him. But that again is opening up a risk that this survivor will be rescued, and in general, high risk, high reward, but it's also very dangerous. We're gonna jump into the match right here. We can see MPC already on the hunt, finding oxygen, just as MP did earlier when the Cowboy was the first find. Cowboy is taking that first hit right here, is trying to transition into the tent, and is now buying as much time as possible for the team.
Yeah, that was actually a good hit on the side of She. And focusing on oxygen already is actually a pretty good sign, because one more hit and we'll be going down, trying to get those Flame Sniped in, get the speed boost, but the Cowboy, losing line of sight, still hanging out in this windowed area, drops a pine, uses the owl to transition back to the tent. Excellent teamwork, and the lasso, the skill being utilized again for him to be able to just create more distance. Blink to just go through the real estate of the tent. But look at that, Grizzly. The flame snipe, so on point.
Wow, what a phenomenal blink, just to close that gap between Oxygen and himself, because you want to get that first survivor early. We talked about this. You need to put pressure on the survivors. You cannot waste time early in the game to hunt down this Cowboy. And we can already see the forward right there, putting Tinnitus on MPC. And it seems like already got wind of it, already found the forward right here, and is now having the second target while still being able to kind of protect the Cowboy as well. Fantastic job from She. Coming in with that dash though, will rescue the Cowboy and is body blocking as well.
Oxygen again, yeah, got away scot-free there, but you saw that the forward was able to utilize that football to close out the distance, and good counter using that restful road. Oxygen baiting a hit. Wow, what a dangerous fault, but he was able to reap the rewards of that. She now closing in on Oxygen, so close to getting flame snipe, but that lasso is so handy. Oxygen gonna hang around this area while She does clean up. These pallets are being a detriment to him because of that lasso. Are we gonna see another one? Excellent stuff from Oxygen.
We have said it before, Oxygen might be the wild card of Noir right here when it comes to the survivor side, and with that Cowboy right here, he's just putting so much pressure on MP.
Whoa!
Wow, look at that! Getting over this. Oh, what a snipe! Fantastic job from MP. She does not want to deal with that Cowboy anymore, who was already buying so much time. And as far as I know, we saw that the forward was rescuing in time which is fantastic for the survivors. And just look at the Cypher machine. They were able to pop 3 or...
Yeah. The way she was able to just cut that corner, because that was a quick 180 that Oxygen pulled off to try and go back for that pallet, and he was ready for that flame snipe. We do see that the forward is already healed up. Aurora, as well as Night Owl, just pushing those objectives. 3 Cyphers remain, about to be 2. Aurora gets sniped out. Tiger Ellie does not have an owl to utilize, will be chased out into the haunted house, and the cowboy will be heading back to the manor.
Wow, as we said it, Cowboy wasn't getting rescued because, you know, they want to focus on decoding. They are already down to 3 Cyphers. I would say 2 Cyphers. The one is almost done. Blink is coming in. Very fast hit right here. Is now picking up the Seer. Alright, again, they want to get at least one survivor out of here, but Noir is just putting the pressure on the survivor team right here. Forward getting ready to rescue, is getting... No, MP is putting the pressure on the survivor side. Forward is getting ready to rescue and is transitioning into the area.
That Cypher is close to popping, so Aurora will have to have an excellent rebound kite. Chocopie in that haunted house will try to go for a drop-down rescue here. Still has some football to utilize. Popping up the Tinnitus. Will they... they have to time this right. Not gonna go past... this could definitely go past half. And we see she already knows, like, there is a survivor up there. I'm just baiting him to come back down here. And we see that Chocopie being very patient. Aurora sitting tightly in the chair while, you know what, the prisoner has 1 Cypher remaining. So this is getting quite intense. Probably going to wait out for it. Oh, he changes skill to teleport, eats the hit, and now will he go teleport? Oh no, he's going to go for the down of the Seer once again.
Definitely focusing on that Seer because he's a good target. Look at that. He's taking that hit. He's taking the the power of the last Cypher machine that is getting primed and is getting up again and might be able to get more time for the team again. Oh, that is extremely good for MP because MP, again, they need to get that 5-point game and they need to get out of there. So Seer being on the chair and getting out of the game right away allows MP to utilize the Pines and maybe even teleport if it is
yeah, that's
ready to get the cooldown in time.
Chocopie utilizing the roller coaster does have teleport. It's almost ready. The countdown is on. Night Owl already opening it up. Can he teleport in time? He's definitely gonna
teleport is ready. Teleport is coming in. He will most likely bring. Oh, the stun was coming in.
Can he crawl?
It wasn't enough.
Can he crawl?
Was it enough?
Oh my god!
That wasn't enough. Oh my god!
That was intense.
That will.
Oh my god!
Look at that. Chocopie already being ready on the dungeon right there, but it's not getting that. Oh, this match.
Wow. This is insane.
This is amazing. All right, okay. Is transitioning over to the dungeon. Is trying to find where the Forward is right now. Forward is having the job of getting out of here now, but the tension is still there. This could still go either ways, but it seems
Grizzly.
extremely good for MPG.
Grizzly, look at this. Chocopie does have a football to utilize. Probably gonna wait for. Oh, he already uses it once the crows pop. There's not gonna be enough time for him to utilize teleport. Chocopie, he's gonna go for the rescue, and they're gonna try to go for the escape. The flame snipe wasn't enough. Chocopie and Night Owl racing to get out of there. Can they make it in time? It looks like it's a 2-person out.
I cannot believe what I am seeing right here. Noir is taking it home. Noir is the winner between this fight of MP and Noir. Fantastic job deciding this match by bringing in a tie and now having more points on the table than MP. Fantastic job. I can't believe how this turned out to be a tie. It was a really clutch fight between both teams. You have to give it to both sides, right? They were absolutely fantastic. The way MP was getting the upper hand late game was absolutely fantastic, absolutely phenomenal. A pleasure to watch, I would say. But then the forward, as you mentioned it, right? With the forward football being still available, he was able to just go in there in time and prevent the forced survival elimination by actually getting the tie.
But wow, you got to give it up to She, though. Excellent early down of the Cowboy. Very tricky Cowboy of Oxygen. Well, just the way he was able to control the early game, it was looking like it was slowly shifting to his favor. And then once the once with the Cowboy was out of there, it looked, and also sent out the Seer, it looked like a very dire situation because the tension was there. He had teleport, and my God, Grizzly, the prisoner crawling out of there. Ooh, that was close. That was too close.
I honestly was expecting to see a victory for MP right there. That was such a phenomenal hit. And I mean, we saw teleport coming in. We saw Luca. We saw the prisoner utilizing his skill, which didn't stun the X-Boy. And maybe I'm a little bit slow right here, but shouldn't that have stunned? I mean, maybe
I think
he wasn't.
It was
really
in the middle of the teleport. Yeah, it's supposed to be a 1 second stun, but yeah, I also noticed that was like, wow, that was quick. And that was maybe it was like he stunned right before the body fully teleported.
He was there.
So, yeah.
Yeah, right before he was there. So that was definitely a game-changing moment, and the way he was just trying to crawl out but couldn't make it. Absolutely phenomenal. I mean, it was a clutch rescue from the forward right here. You have to give it up for Noir as well, but it was just shifting the pressure from one side to another, as you already said. Early game, extremely good for MP right here, bringing down that Cowboy quite fast with that hit of with the fireball as well as the blink that was allowing him to just catch up fast enough to get another strike down. And yeah, then again, Cowboy coming in with that rebound kite where he just bought so much time and utilized the lasso to get around the map and buy time for the survivors. But then, as soon as the Cowboy was down, it was shifting back into MP's favor. It was just a back and forth, and that is exactly why we're here, why we're so excited to watch these matches. But at the end of the day, we have to give it to Noir, who was deciding this for themselves.
Yeah, and let's check out the match data here, because you got to get up for She. Excellent Axe Boy, just being able to hunt and also take control of the early game. 11 survivor hits, 3 pallets destroyed, 6 knockdowns. But the night goes to Noir, and let's run down the survivors here. Chocopie, Aurora, Oxygen, and Night Owl. Oxygen getting the first kite, had the most time spent with Axe Boy here, but it was then Aurora took the second one. Chocopie and Night Owl were the ones that were able to exit the game. Excellent coordination on the side of Chocopie and Night Owl. And again, it was just, a battle of inches here. It just takes those split-second decisions for them to be able to capitalize on, and Noir takes the night.
That is for sure, and it looked so good for MP She, but still, look at that. Survivor hits 11, was able to knock down the Survivor 6 times, and again, it was a very, very close call late game with the prisoner on the chair, and that is also one thing. If you put the Survivor on the chair close to the exit gate, you're risking that if this Survivor is getting rescued, that the Survivor will get to escape because it is so close to the exit gate. Here we can see the next upcoming match that we will see today, which is IVS versus CK. We also saw the points of MP versus Noir real quick, and we are having our best deduction, which is NR Noir Marks, who was coming in not only with a Guard 26, not only with Violinist, but also with the Sculptor late game. And look at these Survivor hits, and in general, fantastic job from Marks. Phenomenal usage of these hunters, and yeah, definitely well-deserved best deduction.
Yeah, big shout outs to Marks. Actually, he messaged me and gave me some forward tips, so he's also very knowledgeable about the game and also communicating it. I think he's also one of the coaches, and him coming into the mix now is definitely something that it's for teams to be worried about, because not only do they have Oxygen, but they have Marks to worry about when it comes to off-meta hunters. So Noir, congratulations, they get seeding priority coming into the playoffs. But you know what? I'm sure MP will dust themselves off, and they'll come back better than ever come playoffs.
And as you already said, they not only have Oxygen, they also have a different hunter Max, and this is also the other way around, right? They also have Oxygen on the Survivor side, which can be extremely difficult. But this was the fight between MP and Noir. Next up, we're gonna see IVS versus CK, but first off, we're gonna jump into a short break.
当神明的馈赠降临于世，信仰使神的子民重获新生。神曰：勿听，莫要让外界嘈杂的纷扰搅乱了自己的心神。神曰：勿看，莫要让污浊的景象蒙蔽了自己的双眼。神曰：勿说，尔等吐露的污秽言语将会给善良的人带来苦难。神岂是如是道来？此乃神的旨意，此乃人的意志。
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深究隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
Stuck here under this crust forever, searching the mystery. When I was gone, show me.
This is me, Nana, and Gavindi. With IDTV. Come on. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Flying so high in fantasy, healing all the pain, dancing on the rain. Enough of the dark hunting me down. I am gonna chase that all in this game, yeah. Richard stormy night, been searching for light. Now I can see the glory in my sight now. I'm flying so high in fantasy. What you're waiting for? We can beat it all, yeah. No more survivors, unless someone to bring me down. Yes, we're gonna rock this town. Look to the players. Come on first for me. We're coming for victory. Ooh, ooh, I love you silly now. Hold me like a winner. Nothing else is better. Don't you realize you want the crown? Hold me like a winner. Nothing else is better. Ooh, ooh, I love you silly now. Hold me like a winner. Nothing else is better. Don't you realize you want the crown? Hold me like a winner. Nothing else is better.
It's undeniable that I'm a hero. Emily, get the limo. Leo Beck's back and we zero. Shoot it up, Kevin Uso. This year I fear no fear, bro. That's the deal though. There's no clues.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Identity 5 Southeast Asia Championship group stage. We're at day number 5, and what a match we witnessed between MP versus NR. Excellent stuff, and I'm sure you guys can join that Discord to be part of the Identity 5 conversation. Just scan that QR code or go to discord.gg/Identity5Grizzly. We got to move on. You said that our next match will be between IVS and ZK. Any thoughts on this match?
Yes, very, very particular thoughts. I give you 2 of them. First of all, IVS. We have seen IVS performing in the wildcard stage. They had probably to play the most matches in this entire tournament out of all the teams to be here right now. But after they were going through the wildcard stage, they were really showing off what they're made of, what they are built of, because they were really getting these points. They were really getting these victories. And at the same time, CK, there we have it, CK DWD was coming in with that Dream Witch almost in every single match that I have seen from them. I think we saw the Dream Witch in the first round, so I think that's something we can expect for this match between the two too, that we might see a Dream Witch on CK side in the first round. Ayako with the Sculptor right here, absolutely great numbers on both sides, win rate almost at 90 for both, and in general, an average Terror Shock of 0.43 and 0.48 is extremely high, so I'm definitely looking forward to see some Terror Shocks in these matches.
Yeah, same here. And the survivors definitely don't want that to happen to them. And what's interesting to point out here is Ayako isn't the only hunter that IVS has. We saw Pen run a menace in the previous match for them to get to this stage. Again, these two teams are already guaranteed to be at the playoffs, but now they're playing for seeding purposes. Now, shifting attention to the survivor, Wolfie and Rose. Wolfie, known as a mercenary, but also can bring the mechanic up to speed here. Also, Rose has also a Gravekeeper, if I'm not mistaken, and Rose has been familiar to the stage as well as Wolfie. The numbers speak for itself. Both these players can definitely survive, decode, and rescue. So they're all pretty well-rounded, but what they're known for is mainly rescuers. That's Wolfie and Rose. Any numbers that that are highlighted here for you, Grizzly, that stand out to you?
I mean, in general, a pellet hit rate of 20% almost was extremely high, as you can see right here. Synthesize between Jin, the pellet hit rate is a little bit lower, so 20% was actually extremely good. And I think what you just mentioned, average decoding, average rescuing, but also the ability to just kite the hunter is something that is very true for all of these players. All of them can adapt to the situation they are giving. And here we can see the decoding time in the triple digits. We can also see the average rescues. We can see it on Jin's side a little bit more present than on Sintai's side. But overall, all of these stats are extremely good. And I'm curious to see the lineup, because here we can see EG coming in with the Perfumer. We haven't seen the Perfumer in today's matches yet. We have seen a little bit of a tease for the Perfumer, but she might come to the match right here on CK's side with EG. And then we have Sao Khan, who was just an absolutely fantastic forward player throughout the entirety of this tournament so far. Really curious to see if he will bring out that forward again, and if he will change the game just with his absolutely fantastic stunts. We can see average rescues on both sides are around 50. And yeah, here we have Credona as well as 77-3. They are both also Gravekeeper, Prospector, Survivors we have seen in the later rounds of these matches. Very well being utilized. We can see average decoding progress as well as average rescuing. Very good numbers. Again, all of these players know how to play each role, and if they have to kite, they are kiting. If they have to rescue, they are rescuing. If they have to decode, they are decoding.
Yeah, and not to mention 773 also utilizing the Seer. Brought out the Seer, was able to get a tram hit out of a Dream Witch coming from King. That was him. Sintens, just to bring everyone up to speed, also is very formidable with that Priestess. Credona with that Gravekeeper has been also someone to look out for. But again, as Grizzly mentioned, all of them are just pretty well rounded with how the picks and bans go, and having substitutes in case their main is not going to be in play. And actually, the mechanic, we barely see her. She's the most banned survivor, so that really opens up more room for creativity as we head into the first match of the first half here. Banned the mechanic. It's Ayako that will be hunting first, and Ayako, we already saw, probably going to pick that Sculptor.
Probably gonna pick that Sculptor. That was exactly what I was going to say. We can see the Red Church is the map, and Sculptor on the Red Church can be extremely good. Again, that is shaking. I just want to highlight that I also want to highlight that we have, as you said, on IVS's side, we have seen the Sculptor coming into play very frequently, especially in this round number 1. But we talked about this earlier, right? On CK's side, right here on my notes, I can see Dream Witch. Dream Witch being utilized almost every single first round, because they get the chance to actually utilize that Dream Witch in the first round without it being banned. And this is something that we haven't necessarily seen that many times in this tournament, because first round, Breaking Wheel. We have seen this over and over again, but today is just completely different, right? Today we are having different hunters, and I expect to see a Dream Witch in this first round that CK is playing. And yeah, you said it. On IVS's side, we have the Sculptor that definitely could be the right pick right here for the Red Church, if they are going with the Red Church.
If, again, this is just on my notes, I don't have any record of any of these hunters actually using Breaking Wheels, so this might actually boost up the other hunters' pick rate. Definitely, I won't contest it when you say that Sculptor will be here, because this is the Red Church. I mean, there's a lot of structures for those statues to bounce off of, so Ayako and DWD can definitely pick that Sculptor up and just run amok, because if we look at DWD's performance, he's a consistent 5-point hunter. That means 4K is his benchmark in this group stage, ladies and gentlemen. But it will be ZK that will be doing the surviving first. Ayako, also known as a very deadly Sculptor, already locking in the picks of Forward, Seer, Mercenary, and with a kicker of that Explorer. Ayako, again, banning the decoders, probably wants to gain enough of the advantage before 3 ciphers remain, and still looking for that Sculptor pick.
There it comes, the Sculptor pick. I just want to mention, because you said both teams were not utilizing the Breaking Wheel. We actually saw CK utilizing the Breaking Wheel before, but that was a very rare occasion, and I think that the Breaking Wheel might be something we might see in either the later round, or if even in the extra round, right? That this is like a little bit you have up your sleeve. It's like, hey, I bring in the Sculptor, the Bloody Queen, and also, you know, if you force me to, I bring the Breaking Wheel, because you're taking away all my other hunters. So that's definitely something that we might see.
My bad. Yes, I see there.
Okay.
I read BW as Bloody Queen. Sorry about that.
That's okay. And at the same time, you mentioned it. In general, these players on the hunter side, they both use different hunters. We saw Bloody Queen, we saw a Geisha, for example, on IVS's side. Not on Ayako, I think it was Pencil, right, that was utilizing that Geisha. But it's definitely a pick that we can look forward to. Or at least, you know, round number 3 can definitely be a round that we can look forward to when it comes to potential variety of hunters.
Yeah, because I feel like this first round and second round, we're gonna see just the standard meta. Sculptor, Breaking Wheel, maybe Dream Witch would probably be considered as well, the top 3 hunters that have been chosen and banned for the right reasons. So round 3, if ever it gets to that, that's when we're going to see a little more variety. But now Ayako's Sculptor will be trying to look for the first target immediately, you know, at the 773 in that small form. But Jin is the one in the shack area. Will Ayako commit to this forward?
That is an extremely good find early in the game. It is the forward right here. You might actually, as Ayako, you might actually want to consider picking another survivor, because you have the Explorer that can just decode extremely fast with these books, as well as the Seer, who you can pretty much cancel out the Owl, and you can see it right now, was going to chase around the forward for a little bit to get him away from the Cypher Machine, and is now actually finding EG, which is the Mercenary, another find that you don't necessarily want to go for early in the game, especially if you have the Seer and the Explorer as Sculptor. I want to highlight this, as Sculptor you have a good chance of getting the Seer with the cancellation of the Seer's Owl, and is now trying to sniff out that Explorer.
Yeah, you see that he's trying to prop up the angle of the camera here, trying to look for that Explorer, but it's Rose in the area doing a great job just sneaking around. Will Ayako make the turn? Oh my god, Ayako transitioning away from the graveyard area so the Seer can go back to that Cypher. Oh no, going back here. Rose again has to be very careful. You know that Rose is definitely communicating to the teammates, saying that she's here, keep decoding, I'll try to buy as much time as possible. And Ayako, very persistent, staying here, does have Blink. And we see that the Explorer is in the red carpet area, just hiding.
Ayako really having a hard time right here, was trying to snipe out that Survivor, is now finding the Mercenary, and at this point slowly needs to begin to chase one of the targets, even if it is the Mercenary. I mean, with the Mercenary you can go for a statue hit, which will bring down the Mercenary immediately if you, you know, deal the damage right. And now has to go for this non-optimal target. But if you look at the Cypher Machines, not a single survivor has been chased so far. Nice hit on the Mercenary with the statue right here. The Explorer has 100% of the pages, and Mercenary is taking that hit, but is still having a lot of time that he can use to get out of here.
But look at that, Ayako wanting to down this Mercenary early on. You know what, probably has the confidence to chase this Mercenary, because as you mentioned, my god, just the blink of an eye, that's what the Explorer brings to the table. 2 Cyphers remain in Grizzly.
That is absolutely fantastic. Still has 37% on his books right there, and 1 Cypher Machine is already at 22, which means there's a Cypher Machine basically at halfway, and now we can see the forward is getting rescue to protect, or rather rescue, the Mercenary right here. Again, Mercenary,
tried to go for a stun.
Yeah,
but look at that. Again, excellent support. Eats the statue hit, trying to go for the rescue. This is way before half, so the rebound kite will matter. Oh, tries to eat that hit. Tide Turner, and using the elbow pads to just mitigate the damage. 1 more statue hit, and EG will be falling down. We do see that the Seer has already transitioned to the red carpet. Will probably take the second rescue. Now we see the Chisel being utilized. 773 still being very sneaky there, just hiding away from the sight of that Chisel. Ayako will be cheering the Mercenary for the second time.
Fantastic job so far. Really now focusing on that Mercenary, because that's what you want to do, right? You couldn't find the Seer, you couldn't find the Explorer early in the game, so now you have to take one of the 2 other finds that you had, Mercenary or forward, is going for the Mercenary and is now concentrating on that survivor. Really wants to get that first survivor out of the game, because that's what you want to do right here. You want to prevent the other team from getting 5 points, because that is always a difficult spot to come back from. And right now we can see Mercenary is out of the game. The Rescuer Mercenary, who could be a danger late game, is now sent back to the manor. But at the same time, if you look at the decoding, it is going pretty well for the survivors. You can now see the Seer is found, which is, I would say, really, really good target now to chase down.
Yeah, because again, we already utilized the owl, so Rose has to be able to farm another one as the two other survivors try to open and push those objectives. Rose doing a great job utilizing the real estate, but no, gets sniped out, even out of the line of sight. Ayako has her second survivor in the rocket chair. Jin going to the red carpet, trying to push that Cypher. We do see that Chisel finds his way, but a little too short that Jin is able to still decode. And now just making sure that no statues will be able to harass him as he pushes for that objective. We do see that the Explorer probably positioning himself, going for that rescue still in tiny form. Uh-oh.
He also has all of his pages, so that could mean they can pop one Cypher machine immediately if they need to. So fantastic job from the survivor side, is dodging these statues. Look at that. Oh! Was trying to just finish the Cypher machine real quick before rescuing the Seer, but Ayako really spotting out what is happening, bring him down while he was utilizing his pages.
Wow. Again, I love the call there, but dang, Ayako just a little like was ahead. He knew what he was gonna do. Timed the hit when he was touching the Cypher, got the Terror Shock. This is the hinge point we're gonna look at, Grizzly, that Ayako was able to turn the tides. Now they have to try and mitigate this situation because two Cyphers still remaining. Explorer is back up, but already utilizing that self-heal. Still has the still trying to prime this Cypher. 773 trying to dodge these hits. Prime gets a melee hit. Cannot self-recover anymore.
Wow, what an absolute switch of pace right here. We saw the survivor team just being so well coordinated and being able to lure Ayako to the graveyard side where they were buying a lot of time for the decoding. And with the Explorer's Book, they were able to push these Cypher machines. Look at them, 99%, 82%. But now Ayako really stepping it up and really putting pressure on the survivors. As you said, Explorer down. This leaves the forward open right here, is at the dungeon, but will probably not be able to kite around for long enough for the Explorer to bleed out.
That's true. Forward just trying to buy as much time as possible. The dungeon's already there. Ayako fully fed. Forward just has one more chip health to be able to just stay alive here. Jin, oh man, a nice vault there. Again, just buying enough time here. But then the statues, too overwhelming. And as you said, when we were looking at the match data, the Terror Shocks, Grizzly, these hunters are living up to the stats that we mentioned. And wow, that really went in Ayako's way there. Just when we thought that two Cyphers left, they're going to prime it, go for the rescue of that Seer. Dang, Ayako had other plans.
That was absolutely fantastic, and I'm glad you mentioned it. Yes, the Terror Shocks are happening. What a fantastic patience. And just, you know, you have to see the situation. Explorer was literally just touching that Cypher machine for not even a second. Ayako immediately knew what was going on, was swinging for that hit, was bringing down the Explorer, was definitely changing the pace right here for the survivors. Because again, if you look at the early game, you definitely have to give it to CK right here, because they were not only able to divide the attention of the hunter, they were also, when they had the attention as Seer in the graveyard, they were able to hide and just stay there. Ayako was thinking, hey, the Explorer might be here, but then was ultimately being forced to go for the Mercenary that she was already seeing way early in the game, that Ayako was just not paying attention to, because it's not a really good target early in this match. But being forced to go for that Mercenary, Ayako was able to flip around everything right here with, you know, the pressure, with the Terror Shocks, and with being able to actually get all of the 4 survivors through, you know, back to the manor before even 4 Cypher machines have been popped.
Yeah, it was 2 ciphers remaining. Let's check out the match data, actually. Yeah, it was 2 ciphers remaining, so 3 ciphers have been indeed popped. 18 survivor hits, 2 pallets destroyed, and 6 knockdowns, ladies and gentlemen. That's just a glimpse of Ayako, but looking at the survivor side, none were able to exit the game. You saw there was a lot of cipher progress that was done by 3. 773, Jin, and Rose. EG being the first chase, did have a 60-second kite. Again, Mercenary had the elbow pads to utilize. Again, Ayako was just had to settle for going for just the Mercenary. And it was just, once the Mercenary was down, I believe it was just a blink of an eye and 3 ciphers have already been popped. So again, ZK having that, giving that Hunter that false sense of security. But then again, it was that terror shock that really turned things around in the favor of Ayako.
That was, that was the terror shock. I was just about to mention it. To pinpoint this very moment where Ayako was turning all of it around was really the terror shock. Because if you look at the survivors, right? And if you look at the decoding progress as well, the Explorer could have brought down that one cipher machine easily, right? It was almost done. You just had to touch it. It would have popped. The other cipher machine was at 99%. Imagine this. Explorer being able to pop that cipher, going in for the rescue. Now, cipher machine already primed on the other side. That could have been a complete different outcome of this game. So it is just a split-second decision making that you have to do as a hunter as well as survivor that can really change everything. These small details that change the entire outcome of the match. And here we just have witnessed it. Fantastic teamwork on the survivor side. Extremely, like, you can't say that they made any mistakes. If anything, they played this extremely well. They played it, in my opinion, perfectly well. But then you have Ayako coming in with this prediction. What is going to happen? What are they trying to do? Bring down an Explorer and basically, you know, cutting this perfectly cut out plan into half and deciding this match for themselves. So therefore 5 points in the first half of round number 1 goes to IBS. And now it's CK's turn to turn everything around to make this into a tie. And I just want to mention this, CK being very well known for utilizing DWD, being very well known for utilizing that Dream Witch in the first round, and also very well known for getting 5 points. That is what they are going for right here.
Yeah, you definitely live up to that trend of that Dream Witch and him being a 5-point hunter, 5-point consistent hunter. Already blocking out that Seer, banning him not to be utilized. So it seems like this is actually the trend of you using the getting that Dream Witch coming into play here, especially in the Red Church. So I'm excited to see what they have to offer here.
Very excited to see what they have to offer. All right, there we go. We have the Seer being banned, as you already said, so we are waiting for the survivor picks. With the Seer being banned, it might, you know, as we have already seen it before, it might be the forward as well as the mercenary who is coming in, and the second ban might be, I would almost assume the prisoner, since we are talking about the Dream Witch. Since we are expecting to see a Dream Witch, right? It would make sense to push the late game a little bit further by banning the prisoner. So that's definitely a ban that we could expect. I am just very, very curious to see CK's DWD's first hunter, which is, again, I hope at least a Dream Witch.
Yeah, I'm sure it might be a Dream Witch. I'm starving to see actually who will be the survivors here. But look at that. Wolfie and Sintis. Again, Sintis being the priestess of this group. This actually is quite, I would say, a really good... Again, when you see a Seer being banned first, you want to be able to reserve the mechanic. But it seems like Wolfie and Sintins being the first ones to pick, going with their mains right away. Priestess being known as a very strong character here in Red Church. They're not going to go for the mechanic as of yet. This does leave DWD to ban that mechanic, and I'm not sure he's going to waste any time. He's definitely going to take that mechanic out of the table for IVS, unless he does leave it on the table. No, definitely respecting that mechanic. But now with Xiaocon and Kraydana, Xiaocon can go for his signature forward. Kraydana does have a prisoner to be available for him. So that could round out the survivors to a well-rounded composition. We just have to wait and see. On the side of DWD, as Grizzly mentioned, you know what, the Dream Witch is still on the table. Even though Sculptor, even though the Breaking Wheel is there, DWD, Death World, is really known for just utilizing that Dream Witch early on in this map. Whatever, actually, especially in a map like this, a Dream Witch can definitely flourish getting the 5 points. And the way Ayako was able to take control of that match, I'm sure DWD is foaming at the mouth and he wants to get more points on the board for his team. It seems like Zhao Khan going with his main, the forward, and Kraydonna needing to be able to play Decoder in this match, having to settle with the Prisoner since the mechanic was banned, is definitely a strong lineup. And I just have to say, I'm just happy that the Prisoner has been making his rounds in competitive scenes, especially with this new picks and ban systems. You just see how the power of that Prisoner being put on full display here in the group stage of IVC. So locking in with the forward and Prisoner. Whoa, DWD with a Bloody Queen?
That could be very interesting. That could be extremely interesting. But you can't really say what it's going to be if it's not locked in. But so far, not seeing the Dream Witch right here. That could be very interesting. Again, we have seen DWD with a Dream Witch almost in every single match we have spectated, right, in the first round. So I was definitely expecting that. But then, again, going for the Seer ban, and we have IBS coming in with that dangerous Priestess, as well as, since they were not picking the mechanic, as well as the Prisoner, just to put some decoding on the crown. So this is a very well balanced team when it comes to IBS. I'm curious to see Zhao Khan in action with his forward. Can definitely change the game a lot. We haven't really seen him. No wait.
We have.
Yeah, we have. Now we're just waiting for CK's DWD to actually lock in that hunt, and I feel like he's playing with our feelings. I still think that we're gonna see a Dream Witch.
Yeah, especially with banning the Seer first. Usually the trend is if they go for the Sculptor, they ban that mechanic. The Seer, again, they're okay having a Seer run loose because this is a chip damage hunter, ladies and gentlemen. The Owl is nullified, even without presence, utilizing very well-placed statue placement. So I really think that, he's just playing. He's definitely going to go with that Dream Witch. Because if the Sculptor is going to come in, it's a strong choice. Don't get me wrong. But with this lineup, I think they're also ready for a Dream Witch. But this lineup can also counter a Sculptor with how well, again, we've seen the Prisoner just kite for a really long time using that zap, and also once he's about to go down, he just connects those ciphers, and it's still going to be quite tough for the Sculptor early on to. Okay, he's locking in with a Sculptor. Oh my gosh. Okay, proving us wrong. We're talking up a storm here, Grizzly. DWD is like, I'm going to change the trend, but I'm still going to get 5 points.
Very, very interesting to see the Sculptor. Yeah, I mean, DWD was definitely coming in with these 5-point game matches, and that is definitely what they are aiming for too, right? Because we saw the first round was going to IBS with a 5-point match, and so therefore they definitely want to tie this. They want to match with the 5 points right here. You already highlighted the Seer's Owl definitely being nullified, so would be actually a good target for the Sculptor. Being banned though puts a little bit more pressure on the Survivor side when it comes to the Survivor picks, but this was allowing, again, the Priestess, for example, on this map, which can be extremely scary. And by not banning the forward in the second ban round, since mechanic was already banned, since mechanic wasn't banned, you want to ban mechanic, but this allowed ultimately the forward in. And now we can see the Prisoner right here. I'm very, very curious to see how this plays out. We have DWD as Sculptor coming in. This is the second half of round number 1. They need the 5 points to tie this.
Grizzly, let me tell you something. Here's my theory. I think maybe DWD bring out the Sculptor is preserving the Dream Witch for the second round. Because maybe they might go for like an arms factory or somewhere where the Dream Witch flourishes. So having the respect already on this sculptor would prompt the survivors of IVS to respect ban the sculptor, leaving the Dream Witch open. Again, it's pick your poison, right? So I think he's gonna have the hard matchup done right away. He is a consistent 5-point hunter. Utilizing the sculptor though, again, it's very risky, especially with the ban he just did. Again, it's a strong ban. But as we pointed out, we've seen the sculptors go for early chase of the seer because again the statues just nullify it. So I think this is gonna put IVS in a definitely surprising IVS because they won't have that radar of the seer's owl to know to give them a heads up that it's a sculptor. So and we've known DWD as a beast, as a monster when it comes to being consistent with his hunter plays. So again, it just comes down to him with what he's comfortable with, and he's going to be using a sculptor here in Red Church.
That is a very, very good point you just made. Utilizing that sculptor and just showing what he can bring to the table with the sculptor might force the team to ban the sculptor in round number 2, because we have seen this previously over and over again, that you just want to not only respect the meta but also want to respect the player, right? We have seen it in the matches between MP and Noir, where MP in round number 3 was actually banning Guard 26 and Violinist instead of, all the bans we have seen before, which would be Sculptor, Dream Witch, Breaking Wheel. So they were really respecting not only the characters, no, they were respecting the players. And I think, again, that's a very valid point you just brought up, that, just utilizing the Sculptor in first round, hopefully having the sculptor banned in the second round so DWD can bring out that Dream Witch on a better map for the Dream Witch. That is definitely a point that you made that I can only agree with. And yes, we are just waiting for this match to start. The survivors are moonwalking a little bit, but hey,
they're at the exit gate. They're actually at the graveyard.
Yeah. You're right.
But yeah,
you're right.
Again, with this lineup though, yeah, going for the prisoner early on would be good, but also if you're able to down that priestess before she can get her portal set up, is definitely a win in the hunter's books if ever she can find the priestess first. But that's the thing, right? You have to fully commit to chasing a very slippery target, which is that priestess. If she gets inside the church, that's going to be really hard already, because she could set up her portals just to buy. We've seen a lot of kiting sessions with this priestess in church. So again, 2 targets. Prisoner would definitely be the first one to prioritize. We've been seeing a trend for hunters that their teams are so good at communicating that the first target is never found at the start, that they have to settle for a forward, settle for a mercenary, and they just have to go with that and just kind of trade off getting objectives being popped. And now let's head into the match. DWD already on the first chase here. It is Zhao Khan in the graveyard area.
Ooh, that's gonna be a good find. I mean, it's the forward, it is an early find, so you can still decide if you want to go for him or not. And DWD does the right thing, it's not going for him. And you mentioned it, Mercenary can be difficult too, but we saw it before when we saw CK on the survivor side and IBS was as hunter. As soon as the sculptor was locking eyes with the mercenary and going for the mercenary, even the mercenary is having a little bit of a problem when it comes to kiting. Of course, not the optimal target, that's why DWD is trying to snipe out a different survivor, but can be a target that you can bring down. Now going for the prisoner. Fantastic job concentrating on that main decoder, as you already mentioned.
Yeah, this is actually a great find already. Had to go through the mercenary, had to go through the forward, but now look at that. The statue bringing him closer. Prisoner was able to avoid that melee hit. Did eat one statue. Kraydana does have a zap ready. Drops the pallet. Wanted to go for that stun. Oh my god. Already injured. Kraydana
Blink
does
is ready.
not have that much utilized. And also, as you mentioned, is he going to get it? Whoa. What a well-timed blink by DWD.
Great job, blinking, driving around the corner and getting that hit on the prisoner early in the game. The Cypher machines are all still up and we can now see how DWD is bringing him into the basement, which is putting a lot of pressure on the survivor side. This is going to be very difficult for them to get that prisoner out of there. Oh, was struggling free!
Struggled
was actually
free.
struggling free.
Oh my gosh, this is a huge moment for Kraydana, buying so much time for them to be able to rotate and get more out of more ciphers pop. And Prisoner getting out of the shack area because he does not want to be chaired down there. Kraydana trying to go for the window, but was cut off, and now the melee hit lands. Wolfie still trying to push for the cipher over there at the center of the church. Now he's gonna get chased out, and now some cleanup happening on DWD side. Cleans up the holy portal, gets rid of the connection, and tries to just hit the mercenary and gets a chip damage out of it.
Wow, IVS really, again, putting pressure on the hunter right now. Now it's down to 2 cipher machines almost. We are down to 3. One is almost done, which is extremely good. Which is, I think, the one inside of the church. But at the same time, it could have been extremely difficult for IVS to come back from the prisoner in the basement, but the prisoner being able to struggle free just in time and to get completely away. Oh, was fading that hit on the chair. Is now so having time. Wow, this is buying so much time.
And Grizzly, yeah, like you mentioned it, that chair hit was crucial because now Mercenary can go for a second save. Priestess is being chased out of the reception area. Kraydana just shifting away from the church because we know that they want to be able to prime more ciphers in that area. Sentence is in this area, has to be very careful to try and push for this objective. Now we see that is Zhao Khan that is rotating to go in for that support rescue. Sentence already just getting out of dodge, out of the range of the statues. Now Wolfie also getting the attention of this hunter. Now he's gonna destroy this connection. Zhao Khan! Wow! Gets the stun! Oh my god, but look at that! The delayed on the... He had to change skill, and now just chasing him out. Sentence did get the rescue, but look at that. 2 ciphers still remain. It's still anyone's game, Grizzly.
Wow, it was all part of the plan. The forward was not here to actually rescue. The forward was here to get the attention of the hunter, allowing the priestess, it was, to rescue the prisoner. Now prisoner and priestess are out of sight, and that means that the forward, who is now on the chair, is basically taking its turn on the chair, allowing the prisoner on the field again. Again, prisoner was on the chair twice already, so that is crucial to get him away from this. And by switching, you know, the attention of DWD to the forward, they were able to now have the prisoner still on the field.
Yeah, and switching to excitement, what a call there, just to try and mitigate the situation from him being stunned for so long. Using that chisel, chasing out Kraydana and Sentence, and already the mercenary was in the area. Oh my god, the prisoner is knocked down, and we see that the dungeon is in that area. Wolfie has to time this rescue perfectly. 1 cipher remaining, the forward already past the halfway mark. So let's see if Wolfie will be able to make this rescue happen. The prisoner is down.
Elbow pads. Oh, was taking that hit though. Was taking that hit.
But the rescue is initiated already. Wolfie just saving Zhao Khan. Zhao Khan cannot see that rocket chair again. He will be falling down. Will DWD going for the mercenary? They're playing musical chairs here. It's the mercenary's turn on the rocket chair.
They just want to put another survivor on the chair because, I mean, you don't know if that last cipher machine is already primed, right? So you don't want to waste time. And there comes the pop.
Wow. Big call there, but you see the forward already going for the rescue. DWD is scrambling to get some survivors here. Does have detention. Can Sentence get into the church in time? Oh my god, cornered him.
Fantastic job bringing down the priestess right here again. What you want to do is you want to get that prisoner too, because prisoner will be out of the game. And now transition into the area where the prisoner is trying to open up this gate. Will he be able to do it in time?
Oh no!
No, he won't. He's getting cancelled out by the statues. This is a phenomenal find. We have detention activated. If he's able to get the prisoner will be sent back for sure. But this is extremely good for IVS right here.
Oh, but utilizing the excitement just to pass for the pallets. But look at that. The prisoner, the priestess already saved, and the red carpet is open already. So this prisoner is out of the game. He already switched to excitement, so he will have to roll his way back to the red carpet here, trying to see if anybody's in the area. We do see that all three of them are there, and look at that. It's a 3-man escape, Grizzly.
Wow, what a match. What an absolutely fantastic match. We said it. CK, DWD coming in with 5-point games over and over again. Very consistent. But right here we have IVS making this a 3-point game for them and 1-point game for CK, and also deciding this first round for themselves by getting a 5-point game in the first match and getting a 3-point game in the second half right here. Absolutely fantastic. And we talked about this, right? IVS was having the longest pass, was
their time on that rocket chair, and they did excellently with the way they communicated, the way they formulated a game plan and adjusted to the adversity that was faced towards them, and they got the second half.
And this is exactly what we were talking about in the first half too, right? It's these split-second moments, these moments you have to utilize to make this your game. And we saw it before with the Explorer down, and now we are seeing it with the struggling 3. And here we can see the stats. Survivor hits 23. Extremely good gameplay from DWD, but you have to give it to the survivors that were really splitting up the attention of the hunter. You said it, they were all taking their rounds on the rocket chair. They were all trying to get that prisoner off the rocket chair after the second time he was on there, really trying to give him more time. And this was ultimately what was leading them to get a 3 survivor escape, because prisoner was still up and running. You know, if they would have eliminated the prisoner earlier in this match, then we would have seen DWD go for other survivors. But since they were able to shift the attention around like they did, they were really getting an extremely good 3 survivor escape right here. Again, you can see it on the containment time. Every single survivor was at one point a target of the hunter, and every single survivor was at one point touching these cipher machines to push their objectives.
This game plan that IVS displayed in front of us was actually a great way for them, a great way to counter a sculptor. Just constant communication, buying so much time, great rotation, great timing for the rescues. Everything was really on point. So kudos to them for being able to break the trend of DWD's hunter. Again, this is a hunter that you cannot take lightly, and they did not. Again, as you mentioned, IVS having the most matches, probably the most experience, and I'm excited to see how ZK will fare in the next round. So ladies and gentlemen, we will take a very short break, but please don't go anywhere. More IVC when we return.
Stuck here under this curse forever, searching the mystery when I was gone. Show me
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with more IVC action. We are in round number 2, first half between the two teams that are raring to get the better seed. We have ZK that is arguably put in some tough adversity right now, Grizzly, because in the group stages, things were going their way usually. But IVS, the team that fought so many times, that we have so much match footage over, the one with the most experience, made a huge statement. One not only with the hunters, but with the survivors. Give me your thoughts. How about it?
My thoughts on this are, I would rather throw a question back to you.
Okay.
You said this. Excuse me. You said this before that they might bring out. CK might bring out the Sculptor in that first round to maybe force IBS to ban that Sculptor in round number 2 to utilize the Dream Witch on a better map. But now the question is, hey, they have knowledge and they know how to go against that Sculptor, so are they even going to ban it? I don't think so. I really don't necessarily think so, and that might actually give them the opportunity to say, hey, we know DWD, we know that he is coming in with a really strong Dream Witch on, for example, Arms Factory, and if we are allowing him to utilize the Dream Witch, we are having a bad time. So as soon as the map is decided, they might actually go immediately to ban that Dream Witch right here, and that might be another really, really good advantage for IVS to go into this round 2 and have maybe, not only have the upper end right now, but keep it.
That's true. I wanted to bring up that point that we were talking about earlier to try to understand the logic behind the Sculptor pick with the band Seer and Mercenary. So again, it did give IVS that confidence to face that Sculptor again, and they could even go for a tie and they'd still be in good shape because they got 3-1. So now I really think the pressure is really on the side of ZK now, because they have to pull something out of their sleeves or out of their hats, out of somewhere. They have to definitely bring their A game, because looking at how they were able to handle it, that just gave IVS all the confidence to come into this next match. And depending on where it's going to be at, I still think they're going to play with that same confidence that got them that victory. And not to mention also, they could switch up their hunters too. We talked about Pen being great when it comes to Bloody Queen, with Dream Witch, with Geisha. If the map isn't to Ayako's liking, if they're gonna ban Sculptor because they got the respect of that ban. What if, let's say Arms Factory, let's bring out Pen, bring his Dream Witch into the table. Oof, that's scary.
Definitely a scary match right here for CK. And again, right now, IVS is just standing so strong with all these points, with the victory in round number 1. And that is definitely giving them a little bit more of a relaxed spot right here, where they can say, okay, we want to win this, we want to get the victory in round number 2, because if we get the win in round number 2, we already have decided this for ourselves. But at the same time, the pressure is not as high. They don't necessarily have to win this. It's also good if they tie it, and it can still be good point-wise if they are losing this round, because point-wise, they were just extremely good in round number 1. They were getting that 5-point game, they were getting that 3-point game on the survivors, which means it is 8-1 right now. So they definitely have a little bit of an upper hand right there, and this might give them the chance to actually relax. And this, again, we have said this over and over again during these tournaments, there is so much pressure on these teams. And I'm not saying that there is no pressure at all on IBS right now, because there is. But it might release a little bit of pressure and give them a little bit more, calmness to evaluate the situations and to make these, as you already said it often before, these quick second decisions. So that is definitely something that they have going for themselves right now. But again, then you have CK. You can't underestimate CK. You can't underestimate their team, and you can't underestimate their hunter, which we have seen to, really bring the heat to the table. So it can still go either way, but IBS definitely is having a little bit of an upper hand right now.
I like what you mentioned there. They can relax, but as you mentioned, they cannot underestimate ZK in the slightest, because we've seen we've seen dominant matches in round number 1, and round number 2 hits that tie, and round number 3 it's all up in the air. Now we're seeing Pen is coming into the mix. Oh my gosh. Okay, so again, Ayako, great stuff. 5 points in the bag. Now it's Pen, a fresh hunter. So this is gonna be, again, the jitters are not as high because Pen knows, all right, my surviving team did a great job. My hunting partner did a great job as well. Let me bag more points here just so for us to solidify our lead. And now Arms Factory, as you predicted, smaller map. We might see Pen's Dream Witch, but there will be a survivor ban after we see these two hunter. There will be a hunter ban after we see the survivor ban.
And see, we have the Seer being banned as one of the first 2 survivors, along with the excuse me, forward. And the thing is, you know, now you would usually say, okay, Seer is banned. This could go into the Dream Witch, right? Because you know, Sculptor can cancel out that Seer's Owl. But we have seen it before, right? On the other side, when CK was on the Sculptor side, and they are banning the Dream Witch. When they were on the hunting side, they banned the Seer and they still use the Sculptor. So that might still be an option that we will see the Sculptor. But at the same time, I still think with the Seer ban, we might see a different hunter.
Yeah, for sure. And Pen known to have a lot of hunters up his sleeve. And looking at the forward ban also, that's actually a pretty good ban for a Sculptor. Because again, you could stop the statues, but then I don't think any hunter wants to face a forward, especially with Jin piloting that forward. That's a respect ban for sure. But now leaving open the mercenary and the mechanic to be able to utilize. Pen does have one more ban up for grabs here. So again, it could probably go entomologist. We could probably say that maybe priestess isn't a survivor that people are looking for in this type of small map. It can be utilized, but it seems like teams in the group stages have been favoring entomologist as well. And also entomologist has been being banned in this particular map as well because the hunters know and respect the strength that the entomologist can bring to the table.
I think we might also expect another decoder ban like the prisoner since mechanic is on the ground and you don't really want to go for this double decoding. And it's actually another decoder, not the prisoner but the explorer. And in my opinion, I think this is a good sign for, you know, the Bloody Queen coming in.
Oh, you're right. Actually, now that you think about it, yeah, these bans are definitely merited for a Bloody Queen pick. But Jin, let's see who he will be picking. He's known as the Stunner 773. Can pick also a support or entomologist, prospector. We haven't seen. We could definitely see a painter come into the mix. Perfumer, if again, a perfumer would definitely heavily counter also a Bloody Queen if ever. So let's see, Gravekeeper and Prisoner.
Yes, I mean, Prisoner was being expected because, you know, you want to get this decoding to the ground. And I still think if we are looking at the past of Pen's Hunter, we might definitely expect the Bloody Queen because she can just utilize these mirrors to also snipe out the doll to then get the attention towards the mechanic. And I think that is definitely something we can look forward to with the Seer and the Fort being banned. But now we have that Gravekeeper, now we have that mechanic, we have this double decoding speed right here with mechanic and prisoner. So yes, Bloody Queen extremely dangerous, and we have seen IVS utilizing that Bloody Queen, but with the double decoding power of these two survivors, you never know how this will turn out.
That's true. I mean, she does have those two targets, but just having one loose in the map is a lot of pressure on the hunter side to make the chase happen even quicker for her to get an early down. But Pen, with his Bloody Queen, very proficient and very effective. So ZK has to put more points on the board because round one definitely did not go their way. They have to be able to try to get as much survivors out as possible. And with this tandem of double decoders, more than possible, double decoders and double rescue, this has been a lineup that has been favored a lot in the group stage of IVC and also in the preliminary stage. They just have to be able to manage their resources wisely and time their pressure and their rotations to the mirror cooldowns of Pen. We've seen a lot of teams do that, exploit the cooldown of that mirror to transition. Again, a lot of this meta has shifted to chip damage hunters, but this Bloody Queen has seen a lot of victories in the IVC stage and a lot of picks as well.
That is for sure, and I'm curious to see how this will turn out, because again, we have seen IVS not only during this tournament, but just if we look back at the past 2 matches, right? They have performed extremely well, and they definitely put a lot of pressure on CK's side right now, and CK knows that they want to get points. They need to get points if they want to proceed right here, and therefore it's definitely going to be a very, very interesting match that we are spectating, because usually when you see one team having the upper hand, you see that the other team is kind of forced to take some risks, to make some, moves and to utilize strategies that are maybe a little bit more high risk, but also high reward. We have talked about this so many times before, high risk, high reward, but it's also obviously dangerous. And I definitely love to see these, let's just say, more risky moves where they pull out something out of their sleeve, which we haven't seen before. Right now we're just waiting for the match to start, and I am just curious to see what CK will bring to the table, because if anyone can turn this around against IVS, it is CK.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, they do have to go all out when it comes to this match because of how the first round played out. If they go too safe, they're gonna pay for it in round number 3 if they end up with like a tie. So high risk, high reward scenarios are the make or break when it comes to like Identity 5, and we've seen a lot of we've seen it 2 sides of the coin, right? We've seen a lot of it pay off, but we've also seen it also like not pay off so well. It really is a coin flip with how they're able to handle this situation and handle the pressure and not let it get to them, because Pan coming in with all the confidence in the world in this match, but knows the threat that is ahead of them, named ZK, will for sure be able to find situations. And again, when it comes to Pen's win conditions, a tie isn't so bad for him getting a tie. And with a Bloody Queen known as the tie queen now these days, it adds way more pressure now that I'm thinking about it to ZK.
That is for sure. But you also have to keep in mind, you have to, as you said, you have to see both sides of the coin. You now have these 2 decoders right here. So even if the mechanic, for example, is getting sniped out, you still have the prisoner in the game. And if you can push that late game extremely fast, and if you can separate the attention of the hunter towards all of the survivors at least once in the match, that is already buying you a lot of time. We have seen IVS survivor team doing it before, right? Where they were just getting the attention of the hunter, and as soon as one survivor was on the chair, which was the prisoner, for the second time, they were just like, all right, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna take the attention away by going in with the forward, and we're gonna go in with the rescue of the priestess, and then they can get away and the forward is having the attention. And those are exactly the plays that CK needs to bring to the table in this following match too. They need to divide the attention of the hunter, and they need to provide as much time as possible for the survivors that are the main decoders, which are mechanic and prisoner. And even if the mechanic has to kite, they need to provide enough time for the other decoder to get these cipher machines down. So CK definitely knows what is on the line, and they definitely know how to play this. I'm very, very curious to see how IVS will try to stop them from getting out of the gate. And I mean, we have seen it before. IVS definitely being able to stop them from getting out of the gate. And you mentioned it, the Bloody Queen can be the tie queen. So tie is definitely possible, which is still more in the favor of IVS than CK.
Yeah. When it comes to that scenario, that strategy that worked out for IVS, yes, ZK needs to implement that. Again, try to frustrate the hunter, right? To chasing the non-optimal targets. And with a double decoder lineup, again, you might down the you might down the mechanic, you might down the prisoner, but then again, can't really rest on that, because you want to be able to down 2 of them because double rescue could just go for that rescue and time it pretty well for you to be able to again push for that late game. And Bloody Queen, again, single hit hunter. The rescues have to be really on point, and the mirrors have to be so good to be able to harass ciphers that are far. That can be possible since Arms Factory is the most compact map we have in the game. So early chase would be early chase, I think, would put a lot of pressure on Pen's side, because again, 2 decoders, and if you snipe out if you find the mercenary first, that's gonna be very disheartening, because again, you don't want to risk that. Like, I don't want to be chased by this mercenary. I don't want to chase this mercenary. It's gonna buy so much time. You got to be able to find the most optimal target. So Pen has to have that at the back of his head and cannot be, I would say, swayed into playing into the tempo of the survivors and try to dictate and grab the pace of this match, because round start, I think the momentum is already on the survivor side because of that double decoder lineup they have.
I agree. I couldn't agree anymore. You're very right. You don't want to go for that mercenary, and you also don't necessarily want to go for the gravekeeper. If he is utilizing his skill in a proper way, you can't really get him early game, because he can buy so much time with, you know, Bloody Queen being a one hit that will just buy more time for the rest of the team. And we have seen hunters going for example, the gravekeeper or the mercenary early in the match, and it paid off because they didn't have to reposition to find another survivor. But at the end of the day, if you want to do this, it's probably not the best strategy if you have 2 main decoders in the team. Yes. Because, you know, yes, it can pay off. We are talking about this high risk, high reward. But at this point, the high risk, at least in my opinion, shouldn't be on IVS's side, right? IVS should play it a little bit more safe, get the time maybe even get 3 survivors out instead of pushing for 4 survivors and rushing it. They have to be very calm, very patient. They know where they are standing right now. And I think if they find mercenary or gravekeeper first, they are not going to risk hunting down these survivors first. Again, it can pay off. It is possible. But with 2 main decoders on the map, Mechanic and Prisoner, it's definitely going to put a lot of decoding to the ground while you're chasing one of the rescuers.
Yeah, and they could actually go for a full blood rescue, not go for the half, just focus on decoding. Yeah. And with the Bloody Queen, she needs her full presence to be able to like harass properly, like from across the map, or be able to put up those mirrors. So yeah, I agree. It is, I mean, on paper, like, yeah, downing the mercenary or gravekeeper at the start, okay, like no one's gonna go for that rescue, but you're trading a rescuer for more objectives being pushed. So again, it comes down to the trade-off, the risk and reward that you're willing to be able to part ways with. And Pen has the confidence. He's got, they're really in a good spot. So I don't think he's the type of hunter to go high risk at right now, because again, he wants to be conservative. So he would definitely try to go for those decoders. Now, a question that I'm thinking about is, what trait do you think Pen is going to bring to the table? Because I think if I look at some of my notes here, he does kind of favor Blink. But in a small map like this, do you think he'd still stick to that? Would he go for teleport to try to find out the best survivor? What are your thoughts?
I think Blink is a good option for, I mean, almost all of the hunters, right? Teleport with the Dream Witch, probably not so much, because you can still utilize the mirrors to, you know, get to where you want to go. And I think Blink is definitely something that we can expect from Pen, because, you know, you want to bring down these survivors fast. And even if you have the mirror and you can kind of sandwich them between yourself and the mirror, it can still be difficult if they are going around in these areas where you have a lot of wars. And, you know, these areas, we are playing on Arms Factory, so these areas where you have all these wars that are maybe helping the survivors more than they help you, you can just utilize Blink and shorten the kite that the survivors are putting out, and therefore giving you again the upper hand, putting pressure on the survivor team to go for the rescue. So I think that you're since you said you looked at your notes, and Blink is definitely something that is favored by Pen, I think we're gonna see Blink on that Bloody Queen.
See that?
You also know what that means? I'm very curious to see what exactly this means, because previously we have seen as soon as they are switching out the hunter during this stage in the game, it might disable the additional ban, right, on the survivor side.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's already okay. So just an update we actually have. So we will do a redo of the ban pick because there were some technical difficulties. So, yep. There will be a punishment though. Can't ban one, so no extra bans. So they'll only have 2 survivor bans. So
very interesting.
This changes things because we saw how detrimental that was, having that one survivor out loose. And if we think about it, the forward can make its way to the mix and try to just round out that solid tough guy lineup to just protect the mechanic. But Ayako though, sorry, go.
Definitely depends on which survivor they will now let into the mix. Maybe, you know, CK is not even necessarily picking a different survivor. Yeah, CK maybe isn't even necessarily picking another survivor that was on the ban list. Maybe they're sticking to their guns, sticking to the picks that they already brought to the table. I am just curious to see how Ayako is coming in as Hunter, if we will see the Bloody Queen still, or if we might actually experience a different Hunter in this kind of setup.
See, that's the thing also, that ZK, knowing that it's going to be Ayako that's going to be hunting, definitely going to ban that Sculptor. They do not want to deal with that. So Ayako is going to have to dig in deep to try and find another way to counter this, because Pen being in this match was actually really good for them, because again, Pen utilizing the other hunters that we don't normally see. And the way he also has that experience because he's been in big stages. So that's going to be quite interesting. And we were talking to Storm about the Bloody Queen. Who do you think Ayako will be bringing to the table? Because it's safe to say that they're going to ban the Sculptor, right?
It is safe to say that they are going to ban the Sculptor. I mean, if not, we're probably going to see a Sculptor. We might experience a Dream Witch, could be possible on this map. We might experience, maybe we might experience a Bloody Queen. It's very, very, very... It's open for all, I would say. It's going to be very intense for sure for IVS, because they are now not allowed to ban as many survivors. But this also shows something that we were talking about. We were talking about the pressure that is on these players, and now you can see like everything was already locked in, but the team was still feeling that pressure, right? Like, are we doing the right choice right here? Should we utilize a different hunter? Should we go for Ayako instead of Pen? And even after everything was basically locked in, the team decided to, hey, we need to switch this up. So maybe the pressure is still there. Maybe they can still feel the pressure. And I mean, of course they can, that is for sure. But it's just, it's always coming down to the one split-second decisions. And this could be one, right? Maybe we are switching out our hunter that will bring just another victory to the table. And that could be it.
Could be. And also, I think that they ZK also has to mentally reset, because I think they were ready to face Pen. Now, 2 survivor bans coming out. Ayako will pick that Seer. I wonder who else he'll be picking. Or it's going to be like round 1, right? Or we're going to have 2 bans right off the bat.
I think it's
going to come out later.
I think it's actually going to be a 1 ban. It's only 1 ban, and you can't have a second ban, and no extra ban on Ayako's side right here, which is definitely opening the spot for so many survivors. Mechanic can come to the table, forward can come to the table. Basically every single character except of the Seer right here. So this is going to be very intense. We can see that the Dream Witch was being banned, which could lead to, as you already mentioned it, the Sculptor play.
Dang, okay, so this is actually a big, tough mountain to climb for Ayako. Ayako already getting 5 points, but now just having 1 ban. 773 and EG have the right to pick whoever they want, and they're going for the double decoder lineup, just switching out the Gravekeeper for the forward. Having a stunner on the team could definitely make or break this lineup. It's still very dangerous for any hunter to face this lineup of a prisoner, forward, mechanic, as well as a mercenary. So Ayako has his hands full.
This is definitely going to be a handful, that is for sure. I mean, we can see it already. We might see a mercenary as well as a prisoner, so we still have this decoding heavy team. We still have the mechanic as well as the prisoner. This hasn't changed, but instead of the Gravekeeper and instead of the... No, wait, mercenary was in the mix too, right? Instead of the Gravekeeper, we have the forward right here. So they definitely changed it up a little bit when it comes to the rescuer right here, but when it comes to the hunter, we might still see that Bloody Queen.
Okay. So again, just changing up the user here, Ayako staying faithful to Pen's original pick, the Bloody Queen. But now, with the change of Jin with that forward, again, a forward can be that hinge point that we always talk about, like a good stun rescue, a good stun support type. Could definitely swing the side to the survivor's favor. So Ayako again having to well, the sculptor was available, but it seems like Ayako going for the Bloody Queen here in this small map, banning the seer. Probably wants the mobility to keep switching targets, keep the pressure on a lot of ciphers. Even though the sculptor was something that that was feared in the previous one, I think Ayako wants to also have that same respect coming into this match. So let's find out how Ayako's Bloody Queen will fare with this really powerful lineup coming from ZK.
That is indeed a really powerful lineup, especially for round number 2. Man, this has changed a lot right here. Again, only 1 ban instead of 3 when it comes to the survivor side, allowing the forward in, but we still have the Bloody Queen, which is a really good character on this map and a really good character when it comes to having the mechanic on the field, where you can just utilize your mirror and bring down the doll to figure out where the mechanic is, or the other way around, you can just find, if you're lucky enough, the mechanic right away early in the game. So it's definitely just because they were able to utilize the forward right here and they had to switch the hunter. It's definitely still all on the table. IVS is definitely still having the upper hand right here and can still play it a little bit safer than CK can. So it's going to be an intense match for sure.
Yeah, just the one switch up, right? Changing the Gravekeeper, actually 2 switch ups. The Gravekeeper being forward now, and the Hunter still Bloody Queen, but it's going to be Ayako. Based on my notes, I haven't seen Ayako use Bloody Queen. It's usually Pen that utilizes this Bloody Queen. So him having utilizing this new Hunter is going to answer a lot of questions. And now Ayako already shifting away from the shack area, and we see that someone is hiding. Oh, it's a doll that's hiding, and he's going to snipe out the mechanic right away.
That is an extremely good find. Now can utilize the mirror to close the gap between yourself and the mirror. Is putting down that doll just to have it out there in case she goes down, because that doll will provide decoding for the team. Ayako looking back to the doll and is deciding to actually go for that doll. Doesn't want to deal with it anymore, not at all. And we still have the mechanic running around, and this time we have the prisoner in the area pushing Tinnitus, which means Ayako might think that the mechanic is still there, but has the right decision right here. And
oh my god. Okay, switches, goes for Jin, but Jin does have a football to utilize. Tinnitus is still being propped, but just moves the mirror image. Rose is in the area here, so Ayako is still trying to look for the most optimal target. Rose is right there, and now just sees the scratch marks on the floor, closing in on Rose.
Oh, the blanket is coming in. Extremely strong start right here from Ayako, from IVS. Bringing down not only the mechanic, but already has eliminated the doll, so therefore the decoding progress will be reduced by a lot on the survivor side. Is now trying to scare off that forward, which means she can not only protect the survivor on the rocket chair, but also can protect the cipher machines from being decoded. Fantastic job so far. We have the mercenary coming in for the rescue, baits the hit, is taking it, and now is concentrating again on the mechanic, who will be able to get a little bit more away from the cipher machines that are being decoded, as well as the rocket chair.
Oh my god, just the constant harassment of this forward. just not allowing him to finish that cipher. And look at that, almost halfway done with his football. So that's great. Again, proactivity from Ayako, just constantly pressuring all these ciphers. And still 5 ciphers remaining. The prisoner is still there, so Ayako cannot rest on his laurels just yet. Wants to just focus on one survivor at a time. And Jin seems to be the one rotating towards the rescue here. Ducking, but he sees the scratch marks on the floor. Will he be able to stuff this rescue? Jin just trying to bait out a hit, already utilizing the football. The mirror image will be ready, and Ayako will strike down Jin. Jin going for that rescue, and now we see Rose on her last legs already. Again, not wanting to utilize the mirror just yet, will have to play to the tempo of this Bloody Queen, not utilizing the skill, saving it to harass these ciphers, and Rose is the last we'll see of her in that rocket chair. But that forward, you know, always a constant harasser, always Ayako looking behind, making sure no one is there.
Wow, absolutely fantastic job from Ayako so far. This means that the mechanic, as soon as she hits the chair, as you already mentioned, will be out of the game, and that is definitely one thing you don't have to worry about anymore. The mechanic, the main decoder, is now transitioning over right here. Ford was getting healed up, but still Mercenary trying to get away, trying to get out of sight, and we can see Ayako going for the Ford is now checking out the cipher machine, trying to figure out where that prisoner is, because you mentioned it, right? Just because the mechanic is out of the game doesn't mean that you can just concentrate on any other character. No, you want to find that prisoner. Prisoner is being found, utilizing that pallet to get a bit of distance, but with the mirror it's just so difficult to get that distance.
And also, mind you, Grizzly, Ayako does have Blink ready, and this is actually a good prioritization of the survivors, because once this prisoner is chaired, the rescuers will have to focus on trying to mitigate it. Watch out. Blink is ready. He's trying to bait it out, but we see that the prisoner dropping it. Will he go for the Blink? Wow.
Fantastic job. Blink and hits down the prisoner. And as you already said, it's the second decoder that is now getting on the chair right here. We can see the forward being a little bit sneaky, trying to get in there, but I think Ayako already saw that forward and is trying to scare him out of this.
Whoa!
Oh, nice! Was trying to utilize the football, but was taking that hit. Now we can see the prisoner. Tide turner is already over. That means if the prisoner is taking a hit, he will immediately go down, and it seems like a difficult situation right here for him. Wow!
So look at that, one cipher remaining, but the mercenary and forward are low in life right now. They do have they do have utilization, but look at that, the water tank chair. This is actually a really tough rescue if they're gonna go for it. But you know what? Great stuff on the side of the survivors pushing these objectives. Jin will have to just get out of the mirror image. Oh, excellent stuff so far. Jin is surviving here, and now we see that EG is trying to rotate towards this area. As we see Ayako again, a good win condition for him is going for that tie, but I'm sure Ayako wants to get more points to solidify the lead of his team.
This is extremely good, and here we can also see the pressure that the Bloody Queen can put on these survivors while protecting a shared survivor as well, right? Like just going for the forward that was trying to get away while protecting the prisoner. And we can now see Mercenary is the next target who will go down as soon as his prolonged life will exceed. And we can also see that Ayako is trying to figure out where the forward is, because now it's going to be a back and forth, right? Ayako wants to go for the forward, and as soon as the mercenary is up, wants to go for the mercenary, and as soon as the forward is up, wants to go for the forward again, because then they can't heal up again. It's a back and forth right here, and that will lead to a 5-point game for IVS, and obviously CK is trying to prevent this from happening, is trying to heal the mercenary right here.
Yeah, again, you said it right, that they have to take turns with trying to use that self-heal. Jin didn't have much to go with. And if you look at the cipher progress, they still haven't touched that last cipher to pop. They go for the surrender. And my god, Ayako getting 5 points again, but with the Bloody Queen.
That is putting a lot of pressure. Now the pressure is really on CK right here, because CK needs to get that 5-point game too. This could mean that if they are not getting the 5-point game, if they are not getting the 4 survivors out of the game, that IBS will already decide round number 2 for themselves as well, which would mean they won 2 rounds, which would mean they would win against CK right here. So again, the pressure is on, and CK, DWD definitely needs to show us and also the opponent's team, IBS, again, why they are so feared, and show us again that they can get the 5 points.
Yeah. And before we get into that topic, let's just talk about the excellent Bloody Queen of Ayako, because again, he just had one ban. He had the Seer ban. This was actually a pretty strong lineup. I would say a first round lineup against a Hunter that you usually see in the 3rd round. That the Sculptor, the Sculptor's ban, the Dream Witch's ban, the Breaking Wheel, and Ayako's Bloody Queen is scary. And I think one of the keys that solidified his momentum was cleaning up the Mechanics doll. He knew he had to take his time with that early chase. Didn't want that extra body on the field. Wanted to clean that up, so just when the mechanic was on the rocket chair, didn't have to worry so much about 2 main decoders, because the prisoner was able to connect these ciphers. But without that doll, I think that it slowly swung in the favor of the Hunter.
That is for sure. It was just continuously, basically a book-by-book play, right? Like just going for the mechanic first, going for the second decoder, which was the prisoner, and then concentrating on these 2 rescuers that are still in the game, which was the Fall and the Mercenary. Fantastic discipline, not letting themselves being distracted from any other survivor. I mean, we had the Fall being there, coming in for the rescue, as well as the Mercenary, but it was really on point. You wanted, Ayako wanted to get these survivors and was just really pushing it. And here we can see it. CK Rose main decoder was not able to decode at all. Was putting up a kite right here, and the same with the prisoner, who was able to decode a little bit more, but wasn't really able to get away from that very, very strong Bloody Queen from Ayako. And then we can see on the other side the 2 rescuers who were also trying to decode were not having the best chances against this Bloody Queen.
Right. Yeah, again, it was just, I would say, a play-by-play that strategy for Ayako. Again, 14 survivor hits, no pallets destroyed, so it really didn't destroy any of the real estate, but 9 knockdowns. This is actually textbook Bloody Queen, right? Especially going up against this lineup, was not phased by, as you mentioned, the rescuers. Was so focused on just downing the most optimum survivors at the right time. Went for the mechanic first. That was very important for him to snipe out the mechanic's doll early on, and for him to be able to just focus on just shutting down the decoders first, and leaving just 1 cipher remaining. Just excellent stuff. That's, I think, if anyone wants to main Bloody Queen, you have to watch that match just to see how to counter that survivor comp.
That's for sure, and you also have to give it to the survivor as well, because you mentioned it already. Mechanic was out of the game, then play by play you go for the prisoner, but still they were able to bring down 4 cipher machines almost without problems. But then the last cipher machine wasn't really touched, and then the pressure is there. You can't really decode because Bloody Queen with the mirror utilization can, protect the cipher machines, can put pressure on other survivors while protecting the rocket chair. Was an extremely difficult situation for the survivor. But at the end of the day, survivors were doing great. They were doing the best with the situation they were thrown in, and at this point, it really puts a lot of pressure on CK, because again, Ayako getting these points, getting these 4 survivor out of their 5-point match will now force CK to answer with the same exact result right here. CK needs to get the 5-point. They need to get the 4 survivor elimination. If anyone can do it, it's definitely, for sure, DWD. We have seen him do it over and over again in previous matches, so I'm very curious to see how this plays out. On the other side, you have to say that this also puts
I thought I lost you there for a second.
Everything's fine. This also puts the survivor side of IBS in a different mindset, right? They know they need to get one survivor out of there. One survivor is enough to decide everything for themselves. So will they, you know, go in and rescue every single survivor, or may they actually leave one survivor on the chair, push the niders, and just push the objectives by decoding the cipher machines? It's definitely opening up different strategies for IVS right here.
They might actually take a page out of Noir's book, because they were in a similar situation, right? They might try to force the rescue just to buy time, but I don't think they're gonna force it too much. They won't play too risky, and they'll just try to get at least 2 to 1 person out of the game. Might even show with their survivor comp if ever they're gonna push for that. But then again, there's a lot of meta survivors still up for grabs, and you see that they already respected the Dream Witch of DWD, banning it right away, leaving open the Breaking Wheel, the Anne, the Sculptor again if he wants to rock the Sculptor one more time. But let's find out who they'll be locking in first. Wolfie and Sintins going for the forward and the forward and the mercenary. It's usually Zhao Khan with that forward, but now Wolfie with the signature mercenary. Now it's Sintins. Again, we usually see Sintins with that priestess, but now, you know what, if the forward is on the table, they want to lock that forward in.
They definitely want to lock that forward, and I mean, this is definitely a pick we have seen before, and we can now see the prisoner being banned, really getting rid of these decoders. So they are definitely CK playing a little bit of a different approach right here, because previously we saw how 2 main decoders were on the field. We saw the mechanic and we saw the prisoner. This time both of these characters are banned. This definitely pushes IVS into a different direction when it comes to survivor picks. There is still the Explorer on the hand that they can pick for sure, and I am still very, very curious to see what we can expect from CK's side right now. We know CK is also very, very well known for the Sculptor, as well as the Bloody Queen, right? We could see a similar hunter pick, for example, Bloody Queen on CK's side as well, showing that, hey, we can get these 5 points with the Bloody Queen too.
That's actually a very viable strategy that DWD can actually utilize. But I think when it comes to picking, it'll depend first on what Sintins and Kraydana will lock in. Because if they go for that Explorer, we might see, Entomologist. Actually, that's a pretty good pick for Sintins if ever. He might go for Sculptor if ever, because again, you can't go wrong with the meta. We see that.
Do you see what they switched out? They switched out the survivors too, right? Because now Zhao Khan is the forward.
Yes. Oh, they did. Okay, Zhao Khan's the forward.
Maybe it wasn't switching out the survivors. Maybe we just haven't seen it properly the first time, right? Maybe it was just on our end that they have switched it. So now we have Zhao Khan with the forward, and we can also see, wow, the first Perfumer. Perfumer was being teased. No, wait.
She was.
No, we haven't seen the Perfumer before, right?
We haven't. It was used by the Entomologist, the perfume. I think you called it out in Moonlit. But as you mentioned, DWD showing us what he has to offer when it comes to Bloody Queen gameplay. And with this lineup, this is actually pretty strong for the side of the survivors as well. So DWD has a tall task ahead of him. No decoders, so DWD can take his time to try to down his first target. But then again, you don't want to spend too much time, because we saw how well coordinated IVS is in buying time for teammates. And what, we're gonna see a Naiad? Oh my god, Grizzly,
that would be something very, very interesting to spectate. That would be definitely interesting for everyone to spectate, because we haven't seen her being utilized in a tournament at all. This would be her first entrance in the tournament stage, but at the same time, she's very, very new. She would bring a lot of surprises to the table. So it could be a pick that could surprise all of us, not only us as spectators and casters, but also the team that is IVS, and definitely something that I would love to see. But I also feel like DWD might just play with our feelings right here and might go back to, you know, either the Dream Witch or not the Dream Witch, either the Bloody Queen or maybe even the Sculptor.
I don't know. high risk, high reward, right? How high risk and high reward can you be with using the mermaid? This Naiad, especially here in Arms Factory, she can definitely get that AoE, can drown the survivors with her area of effect with the water puddles. So he's heavily considering this first pick of Naiad here in IVC, and it would definitely make history. And this could actually be the make or break one, because as you mentioned, he needs 5. He needs 5 survivors. He needs 5 points. He needs 4 survivors down and out of this map. And if he picks the mermaid, I'm gonna be so excited if ever he does, because that's a huge statement he'll be making.
I want to see some hearts in the chat right now for Naiad. I want to see some hearts for the mermaid, because now that I'm thinking about it, it would be an absolutely fantastic match. Let's be honest, seeing the mermaid in action on the tournament stage, that would be something where we can all learn about the new character, the new hunter, and how to utilize her.
Dang.
Oh, come on. I was just hyping it up. I was just
Me
hoping
too.
so much for Naiad to come to play.
We want to see the hearts in the chat for Naiad, but you know what? You got to give hearts. Actually, hashtag V for victory for DWD, because as you called it out, it's not going to be a Bloody Queen, but a Sculptor. Because why not? Because Sculptor, again, is the meta. Going to go with Comfort. This DWD Sculptor is already warmed up. But oh my god, okay, he's playing with our feelings.
By now, he definitely is playing with our feelings, but again, I want to see some hearts. V for victory for Naiad right here. We want to see the new hunter. It would be absolutely spectacular. Again, I still lean towards the Bloody Queen or the Sculptor pick right here, but my heart wants to see Naiad.
Heart versus brain, right? That's true.
Yes,
my heart also says yeah. My heart says Naiad, but my brain also says DWD. You got more. Okay, see, he's okay. Are they just trying out the graphics here? Oh my god. Bloody Queen. This has been the biggest cliffhanger ever, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to find out soon enough in the next episode of IVC. We sign off.
Probably not even the next episode. We're going to see it right now. I hope that we're going to see Naiad, but I mean, either way, if we're going to see the Bloody Queen, if we're going to see the Sculptor, it's going to be a very intense match, because DWD needs the 5 points, right? It's going to be a high risk, high reward match. You want to get it, because as you're not proceeding into round number 3. So DWD definitely knows what to do right here. They need to get the 5 points. And on the other side, you have IVS. They can kind of relax, but they also can't, because they still have to face DWD and they still have to get at least 1 survivor out of that gate. And against DWD, that usually is a very, very difficult task.
It is. It's possible, but very difficult. They're going to have to pull off what they did in Red Church here in Arms Factory. And DWD, again, playing with our feelings, going with the Sculptor, going with the Naiad, going with the Bloody Queen, and going back to Naiad. Chat, help us out here. Again, just spam the heart reacts. Spam who do you think DWD will be using? Because we're at a loss here, and we're about to actually see the exit gate of Arms Factory, I think, Grizzly, with how long these survivors have been walking. But it just goes to show the pressure and the moment that DWD is taking in, because this is a huge choice he will have to be making coming into this match, because this is make or break. This is all or nothing. Do or die for him, for them to hit that match number 3 and get the better seeding come playoffs.
You're right, this is the make or break, and therefore CK DWD is taking their time. They're taking their time just to, pick the right decision. They don't want to just run into this match and try to get the 5 points. They want to think about what hunter they want to pick. Should it be a Bloody Queen? Should it be a Sculptor? Maybe Naiad for, the surprising factor right here. So there's definitely... Yeah, definitely playing with our feelings by doing so.
You know what? I'm just glad he's not teasing Feaster. Just for our sake.
Feaster would be... Feaster would probably destroy me. Seeing the Feaster all over again and maybe not even seeing him being utilized, that would definitely break me right here. But again, they definitely want to take their time to pick the right hunter. They want to get these 5 points, the full survivor elimination, and you just have to look at the team composition. It's an extremely heavy team right here, and they only need to escape with one survivor. They want to push the Cypher machines and then have at least 2 survivors split up on the exit gates to get 1 survivor out of there, or maybe even through the dungeon. So there are options for the survivor team on the table right now, so therefore you just want to consider which hunter you pick, right?
Yeah, for sure. I want to talk about Naiad and discuss like what she brings to the table and why I think she's very strong in this map, but I'm not sure if DWD is going to use Naiad. But considering the survivors here, I think that this is actually pretty good. I mean, if you think about it, I think Perfumer has ways of getting caught by Naiad because you have to transition kite when you face a Naiad. You can't just stay in the same spot. And Entomologist can use her bees to get her out of a place, but then again, she has to leave her bees behind if ever and try to slow down. Forward and Mercenary, I think, are the closest to get out of that area of effect that she utilizes. But I'm not quite sure yet. Again, very new hunter. I'm not quite sure which survivor really counters Naiad. And with this pick and ban, with this bands of survivors, if this band again, we're still trying to develop the meta of if you're gonna pick a Naiad, which survivors don't you want to face? Because you can make the case, Grizzly, that these survivors actually work. The band survivors are a good band for a Bloody Queen, a Sculptor. But for a Naiad, I'm still, again, we're gonna learn together, and everyone also watching is gonna learn together the Southeast Asia meta of Naiad if DWD chooses to pick Naiad.
And we are at the end of the road right here. We have reached it. And yeah, you made a very valid point. We're gonna see her. You made a very valid point because it's the same with the Dream Witch, right? It took a long time for the Dream Witch to actually make it into the meta because everyone just had to learn and understand how this character is played. And it's the same with Naiad right here that we are seeing, and it's gonna take some time to actually get her down and to understand how to utilize her in the proper way. But DWD making its entrance with Naiad, the first time we're gonna see it, and is trying to snipe out the first survivor that Naiad wants to go for.
Okay, Sintons and Kraydana in this area, not looking too good. And now Kraydana utilizing the bees just to get out of here. You don't want to get caught in a circle here. Then trying to just get away, utilizing the bees to buy a little more time. We see DWD trying to cut the corners here. Kraydana will eat that hit, 26%, and she will be drowning. Already going inside the factory. Her bees are cooling down.
Fantastic usage of her skill right here, because that is allowing DWD to transition a little bit faster on the map and closing the gaps between. Oh, utilizing Blink 2 is hitting the beast though, is hitting the beast for a second time. Now that means that the Entomologist is almost out of bees and might go down with the puddles right here. Fantastic job from DWD, showing that Naiad is definitely a dangerous hunter to face.
And 5 ciphers remaining. Oh my god, basement. So Kraydana will have be one on the basement, but now the decision is to be made for the survivors. Will they try and go for the rescue, or they're just gonna push for objectives? We see DWD's just so active when throwing that spear just to get that mobility. And you saw that he was able to try and snipe out some activity from the Entomologist. Once he threw that spear, she cannot hit you. She will be forming these puddles, and it's going to be so hard for them to even try to go for that rescue. And it seems like they're just going to sacrifice the Entomologist just to push for these objectives. Again, it is very clear what the survivors have to do. They have to just get one out of the gate, and DWD being very proactive here, just moving already away from the factory, chasing out the forward, but now just going back. Wolfie realizing that, not going for that save. Yeah, DWD changing his target now.
Very, very good job from the survivors so far. We're trying to get that opening to rescue the Entomologist with Wolfie, as you already mentioned, but then, oh, nice hit! Mercenary was trying to dash out of there, is now injured, and we have DWD who might actually go and try to find a different survivor, because the Mercenary still with that one hit can be a difficult survivor to go after. But is concentrating on putting pressure on the Cypher machines and finding the Mercenary yet again right here. And is trying to bring down the Mercenary as second survivor. This is going to be... Wow!
Elbow pad, did you see that? Just looping around. Now we see that Wolfie has one more elbow pad to utilize. DWD, though, just making sure the area of effect of these puddles are going to be hard for you to transition away from. Trying to snipe him out here, but we're seeing excellent composure of Wolfie here. Just trying to buy as much time. 2 ciphers remaining, and Wolfie's still in this area. We don't see any of the precipitations yet, so Wolfie doing a great job avoiding the area of effect of the Naiad, but man, that blink was so well timed.
Fantastic job, and in this area it was extremely difficult for DWD to actually get to the Mercenary, and that was forcing her to focus on the Mercenary, buying more time for the rest of the survivors. You can now see that the survivors are transitioning out of this area, trying to avoid the hits, and this also means Ford can go in for a rescue of the Mercenary, and we are down to 1 Cypher machine. Again, survivors only need 1 survivor through the gate, and so far it looks extremely good for them. But DWD really showing, look at that, blocking the, wow, blocking the way and hitting the Perfumer.
Yeah, and now look at that. The precipitation is piling up. 1 Cypher still remain. Mercenary is up, so they might be going for some healings here. Sentence is transitioning away from that area. You do not want to just tight kite this this hunter. You want to be able to move. You want to be able to stay away from that area of effect. And utilizing that once again. Excellent stuff. Perfumer will be seeing that rocket share, but now we see Zhao Khan and Wolfie again separated here. We see that Wolfie is trying to push for that Cypher, and you see the proactivity of DWD trying to look. Will an earmark happen? Still looking, but then this actually leaves the area open for the Forward to rescue the Perfumer.
That leaves the area open for the Ford to rescue the Perfumer, but this also means that if the Ford is going for the rescue, that nobody is decoding as long as DWD is going for that Mercenary right here. We have the Perfumer off the chair. Fantastic job from DWD, putting pressure on the rest of the survivors. We have Wolfie getting away right here and really trying to get out of the skill area, but this might be difficult going back into the area right here.
Oh, that's so close. Oh, she gets the hit. And Wolfie, it seems like, will he be going for the chair here? It seems like, yeah, he has to just to mitigate the Cypher, the last Cypher from popping. But Zhao Khan already rotating to the right area. We see that the Perfumer does have 1 perfume left, and she is probably pushing that Cypher. Zhao Khan, already in the shack area. Will he try to go for it? Sentence, though, pushing for that Cypher. It's going to be quite tough, and the last scramble still. They cannot rest on their laurels. DWD closing in, 80% left on that last Cypher.
Oh, look at that. Trying to get the skill area going right here. Was able to rescue the Mercenary. Fantastic job. The Cypher pop is happening. They were splitting up the attention on 2 different Cyphers, being able to pop that, and we now have 3 survivors up and running. They need 1 at least through the exit gate, and by splitting up, wow, Mercenary will go down. But by splitting up to both exit gates, they might be able to actually get 1 survivor through the gate. This is a difficult situation for DWD, but they were already bringing down the Mercenary, who is trying to open up that gate right here.
And using that self-heal, again, the Forward was able to pick up the Mercenary, but Zhao Khan has to be very careful because the tension is in the air. Wolfie, again, just making sure that he tries to get the attention away. I don't know if he brought trump card, but still has that blink to utilize. We see that the Perfumer almost at 50% of opening that gate. The Forward can dash his way to get that gate open. DWD still patrolling around the area, waiting for Tinnitus to hit. Perfumer already opening up that gate, and it's gonna be, yeah, the Perfumer is already outside. The Forward is already there. Wolfie seems to be the one to gain the attention away from the exit gate there, and it seems like it's going to be GG that's going to be called. IVS is your winner, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, the way IVS was playing against ZK right here. Fantastic job. They were not giving anything. Even in this last match where they knew, okay, we have to get one survivor out of they were able to get a tie. And I mean, we saw the strategy, right? We saw that the first survivor was in the basement and you would just leave that survivor there. You wouldn't risk to actually go in for the rescue. No, you take that time, and if you get the time to decode, you're gonna take that time to decode. And we saw that Nayat was going for the fort to just put pressure on the fort, which was scaring the fort away from the Cypher machine and also giving the mercenary false hope that he could go in for a rescue, while then going back and with that false hope of being able to rescue, mercenary was not going to decode, which was also buying more time for DWD. And in general, a phenomenal gameplay from DWD with the skill usage of Nayat and with the pressure that he was able to put on these survivors. But at the end of the day, the survivors were doing an absolutely fantastic job playing against Nayat right here. Great work on both sides. I want to highlight one moment that I really liked. It was when the perfumer was utilizing her perfume. When she was taking that hit, was utilizing the perfume, but was still inside the puddle area and was going down with the puddles. That was very well played from Nayat. But again, ultimately, this is a tie, which means if we look down here, round number 1 and round number 2 are decided by IVS, and they're winning this fight between IVS and CK.
Yeah, and also, I mean, a moment in history at IVC here, the first Nayad we saw. And, you know, I feel like we're still scratching the surface of what this hunter has to offer in terms of competitive play. Because, again, we're still trying to figure out how this hunter is properly played, because that was doing well. In other circumstances, that was an absolute great performance because of it being a tie for a new hunter. And you saw that the perfumer is having a hard time, the entomologist, but we see that a lot of these survivors that have these skills that can close out gaps and ranges really counter the puddle areas that she has, that AoEs. So again, I'm excited to see more Naiads, and shout outs to DWD bringing it out. Again, as you mentioned, go big or go home, it's make or break moment, all or nothing. We have all these quotes. You gotta give it up to DWD for leaving it all on the line, especially bringing a new hunter into the fray. And I'm sure that everyone watching this would also want to try to figure out how to properly get the maximum effect of Nayad, because she was pretty dangerous come the mid to late game. It was just that again, IVS is just a different beast when it comes to just separating the hunter's attention. So great stuff on both sides, but the night goes to IVS. But we will see ZK bounce back from this come playoffs, though.
That is for sure. I mean, these teams, they were not giving each other anything. At the end of the day, you said it, IVS was just doing a fantastic job, not only on the hunter side when they were getting 5 points in both rounds they played on the hunter side, but also on the survivor side with the coordination of the team, as well as the separation of the attention of the hunter and just everyone taking their turns on the rocket chairs. And even if the hunter was focusing on one survivor, they were still able to rotate around and buying more time for the rest of the team to decode. And just an overall very well organized team, and they definitely have proven why they are here, why they are competing where they are competing against the best of the best. And because, you know, they are the best of the best. And yeah, this was an extremely interesting tournament day, in my opinion. We saw a lot of interesting hunters. We saw a lot of situations that we haven't seen before. We have seen, for example, that if you're switching out your hunter player in the middle of a match, or not in the middle of the match, but you know, while you're picking the picks and bans, you will not be able to have all of your picks and bans. So that is definitely something that is new, and in general, just, you know, the gameplay, the level of these players, absolutely fantastic. Absolutely enjoyed to watch this. And yeah, congratulations again to... Go ahead.
No, I was going to mention that we haven't seen the breaking wheel. That's pretty new. This entire day, right?
You're right.
That's also something that's pretty cool in a sense that we are seeing more diversity in terms of, like, we saw bonbons, we saw bloody queens, we saw naiads. So You really cannot miss a week of IVC, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm so glad we were able to capture this moment. A lot of firsts today. A lot of first round bonbons, a lot of also that, as you mentioned, Grizzly, that rule that if you switch out the hunter, again, it is pretty fair that you will get penalized for that and just not have a ban of that survivor just because the team already kind of prepared for it. And if you have that switch, you might get that advantage if you still have all the bans in your favor. So great stuff. We haven't even seen Ever Sleeping Town. We haven't seen that tram. So I mean, I guess we didn't see any casualties when we casted, but I'm not sure. I think yesterday we saw Ever Sleeping Town. I'm not sure if there were much casualties, but you know what? There's still another day tomorrow. So again, we're still rounding up the group stage, ladies and gentlemen, because playoff season is happening next week. And we hope to see you guys use that hashtag V for Victory for any of the teams that you guys are supporting. So excellent day for Identity 5 action.
Excellent day indeed. Congratulations to all of the teams for making it this far, and especially the congratulations go to Noir, who were able to decide the first match, as well as to IBS, who were able to decide the second match today. I'm very curious to see these teams compete against each other later on in this tournament. It's going to be absolutely fantastic, so make sure to tune in the following weeks. It's still a tournament with a lot of tournament days, so this is far from being over. We're gonna see way more action. We're gonna see way more, switch ups. Like as you just said, who would have known that we wouldn't see an Ever Sleeping Town at all today? Who would have known that we wouldn't see a breaking wheel at all today? Like my first prediction when we were seeing Noir, I was like, we're gonna see a breaking wheel in the first round because they are utilizing the breaking wheel in the first round whenever they get the chance to. And then they're just switching out the hunter and we are seeing Oxygen on the survivor team. So yeah, it's definitely worth to tune in every single day because every single day brings something new.
To mention also, we saw our first cowboy of IVC. That's also a treat, courtesy of Oxygen, being both hunter and survivor. And dare I say, Grizzly, we have not seen our favorite map, Leo's Memory, today. Dang.
Yeah, right.
Darn.
Man, what?
Darn it.
What? Man, not my favorite day today.
No, it could have been my favorite day today.
Could have been my favorite day. Just Leo's Memory was missing.
Why? But I would actually highlight this as one of the most intense days, and we have a Naiad, ladies and gentlemen, courtesy of DWD. 10 survivor hits, 1 pallet destroyed, 5 knockdowns. But you know what? Again, the win condition was clear for IVS. Zhao Khan and Sintens, the forward and perfumer, were able to get out of the game. Kraydonna taking the first kite. Again, it's a new hunter. Tried to just kite for as long as possible, but the basement was not in favor of the survivors. Then again, they had to cut their losses. They went for just going for decoding. They went for objectives. Wolfie, being the second to take the kite, utilizing the elbow pads, was the second one down. Here are the match results. We're not seeing a match number 3 because of how dominant IVS is. So congratulations to them, but you got to give it up to ZK. They're definitely going to bounce back stronger come playoffs.
Fantastic job. Just look at these points. IVS really showing why they deserve to be here, and IVS Ayako coming in as MVP with the best deduction. Terror Shocks 1, we have Survivor hits 32, and you have to keep in mind, again, we didn't see the Guard 26, or we didn't see the Sculptor, we didn't see the breaking wheel where you just hit over and over again. Oh wait, am I saying something wrong?
We saw Guard 26. In the first
we saw Guard 26? Okay, so we saw a lot of characters, we didn't see the breaking wheel, which usually brings a lot of hits on the survivors.
Yes.
So 32 hits is definitely a lot. Remaining Cypher Machines 3 really pushing back the decoding progress right here. And yeah, getting this fight IVS between IVS and ZK into their pocket.
So we already finished Group A and Group B, ladies and gentlemen. Again, this day-to-day for Group A and B were for seeding purposes, so do follow Identity 5 on social media to find out in playoffs, because they will reap the rewards come playoff season. As our favorite voiceover Rin said, again, it's leading up to the big days. All the days have been marked, so it's really important for you guys to join us tomorrow to round out Group C and D, and also next week and the following week, because that's when playoffs will happen. We're going to crown a champion for IVC. Here is today's match results. Noir taking things all the way till round number 3. MadPenguins had a mad scramble towards the end there. Oh God, that prisoner crawl was so close, and one of the things to highlight for sure. And IVS taking it to ZK, not seeing round number 3. Again, they're the wild card team. They're the ones that had the longest journey, and they are making their presence felt here. IVS and Noir take the night.
And here we see the group stages. You already mentioned it. Group A and Group B is basically over. Tomorrow we're gonna see Group C and Group D. So definitely make sure to tune in there, because these teams that are competing in Group C and D are also having their tricks up their sleeve. And I'm pretty sure tomorrow we're gonna see more heat, more action, and maybe even, you know, new strategies, just as we saw today. New hunters, just as we saw today. Every single day is very important to tune in, so make sure to tune in tomorrow. Make sure to use V for victory for your favorite team to cheer them on. And yeah, that was an extremely interesting tournament day today.
It was. And as Grizzly mentioned, you might have to use that hashtag tomorrow, because we still have yet to determine Group C and D who will be actually making it to the playoffs, because Group A and Group B, it was solid. It was those teams that we witnessed. But here, it's still up in the air. So the match schedule for tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, Fave versus ET, BL versus ETC. Actually, GH is the one that shoot in. But again, these teams are still fighting for their position. GH being the team that's able to win twice. So there's BL and ETC are still trying to fight for that slot for playoffs. So it's very important for you guys to support your favorite teams and use that hashtag V for victory.
And as I already mentioned, it's definitely important to tune in tomorrow as well, because ETC, we saw ETC yesterday utilizing the photographer, which was such a big moment, because again, it's another hunt that we have seen in the tournaments before, but just not as often. And these hunters are, in my opinion, always the most exciting to watch. The hunters that you know that could make it into the tournaments, but that usually don't get used that often. And photographer definitely one of these hunters, and it was very exciting. So I'm curious to see what we can expect tomorrow from both, or from all 4 of these teams. So it's always exciting here in the IVC 2021.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see that. But ladies and gentlemen, we have been your commentators for today. Pochspice and Grizzly signing off for now. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.
嗯。